In today's episode, entitled The World According to Stanley, we finally rejoin our crew after a small hiatus as they seek to tie up the loose ends in Mograine and the nearby Druidic Circle. There are some diplomacy mishaps, diplomacy attempts, followed by additional mishaps, and eventually a heroic completion of that leg of their journey. Upon returning to civilization, they once again reconnect with old allies and new ones as tales about their heroic daring do have seemingly spread in the rebuilding city of Greylock. We hope you enjoy.
We're off to adventure to go roll the dice. Come seize your advantage and you'll roll them twice. Even if we lose our way, we'll make a journey someday. Something awaits you, so wake us away. Who knows what role you'll play? Who knows what role you'll play?
Yeah, I didn't have time this morning to listen to Nex's explanation of what the Druids were up to. So I was wondering if you could give us like a brief
I can summarize,
rundown.
or Nex can summarize one of the two if Nex remembers.
What am I summarizing?
Your explanation of the sort of what you think the Druids are doing, like with the bridge and the bell and all the stuff that you witnessed in your time as a kitty. Which if you don't recall...
is indeed... No, my memory is decent enough. Essentially, what was happening is they were using the bell, which is two halves, to create a bridge between the physical realm and the shadow realm, using essentially the souls of people that they were giving treatments to, all of whom were dying either immediately when the treatment or resurrection or whatever miracle failed, or later on. The ones who fell into the coma were the ones who were creating the bridge, and the goal was essentially to then make that bridge to another realm, probably something to do with the Glamored.
So the ones that weren't involved in making the bridge, their souls got shunted into animals?
Essentially. Eric can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Oh no, you're 100% correct. The people that were in the coma had been sort of vacated, and the animals that you ran into during your animal farm adventure were essentially holding vessels. Whatever the alchemist was working on was doing its thing. The other somewhat sentient animals that you ran into were actually people. Some of your memories, and it's possible that the dog you met was another one like that, who had retained enough semblance of himself to communicate.
Yeah.
But clearly some of them had not, whether that's some failure of the ritual or just the length of time they'd been there, hard to say.
So
yeah.
How were the Druids getting the animals from the Shadowland to the real world again to sell them?
Those, that isn't anything you guys would know. Like, that wasn't anything Nex had discovered, and the Druids themselves have never even acknowledged that's the plan. So that might be a question you have to ask them.
Okay.
Interesting.
So that was the plan. We were going to go ask the Druids what's up and also stop.
Were you recording, by the way?
Yeah, we're recording.
Okay, I was just checking. We don't have the little Steve voice, so I'm never quite sure. So yes, in the official recap for the last session, y'all sort of caved in the Hag's Lair, job on that. Rescued Badger.
Rescued Lily.
Got Lily back to fight in form. You spent
at least.
Hopefully. You spent a little bit of time at the side manor of the possible vampire. And unconfirmed vampire anyway. And you ended the session at the ambushed angel. This for the session, since Twinkie is not with us, I'm just gonna say, I guess I'll leave it up to you. I'm okay with removing Hildreth on one of his mysterious errands, but if you think you might need him, you can bring him along.
I think we should let him go on his mysterious errand so that we can bug him about it when he gets back.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more dirt we have on him to give him dirt up.
All right. So yeah, we'll just say you've awakened at the ambushed angel after a well-earned rest to find Hildreth has secreted away in the middle of the night as he is wont to do, off on a mysterious and unannounced errand. And yeah, we'll up from here. Should we remember about what happened last time? Would you like to start?
Breakfast. So anybody else want breakfast?
Yeah. Give me 5 more minutes. I'm tired.
Kern, I'm gonna keep on knocking until you come out and get breakfast with us.
Lily's currently curled up in the middle of her bed. Some carryover of cat habit.
So, Xylund's already down there having a coffee when you guys get down there.
That tracks.
You straggle your way down the stairs to the main room of the ambushed angel, which is fairly empty, excluding Xylund, of course, enjoying his morning coffee. The younger kid that you met the first time you arrived, Vatan, is setting up still. You can hear some clattering in the back as he moves back and forth. He seems to be the only one on right now. He's just basically getting the shelves set, and there's a pile of wood that's been dragged in and set next to the fireplace, but nothing's been built quite yet. So it's still a very sleepy, very boring kind of morning. He's sunny self as always, greeting you as you come down. What can I do for you guys?
Coffee. Please. Then I guess we all go and saddle up around Xylund. And is Badger awake yet?
I don't see Badger. Only see Xylund.
Did Badger leave yesterday, or is he still kicking around?
I think he said that he had gotten a room for himself and us.
Oh, did
yes.
he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
After you asked me, I went back and I checked just to be absolutely sure, and yeah, he did stick around. Yeah. He's not currently within eyesight. He's wandered away, and comes back with coffee, a pitcher of water as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you all look like you've been through a night.
Been a long couple of days.
Something like that. And honestly, it wasn't too bad.
Well, the festival can have that effect on people. Though, it's always nice when it settles down again and quite so many folks milling about. Not great for business, but yeah. For your peace of mind.
Mm-hmm. So, the ladies downstairs too?
Yeah.
Going down by this point?
Yeah, Lily is sipping on tea and, like, kind of dead to the world.
Ugh. Yeah. Alright. So, Hildreth's gone, but I don't feel like that's a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, he's probably just off on his own adventure of some kind. Should be fine.
I wonder when his birthday is.
It's a weird question. Actually, maybe I should go check on Badger to make sure we don't have to go rescue him again.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll go check on Badger.
Okay. Heading outside. You don't see Badger immediately, but he is out there. He's on the far side of what we've been calling the parking lot, basically the small square adjacent to the main road of the town. On the other side, just on sort of the outskirts of where the buildings start, there's a fairly large clump of forest, and he's sort of on the edge of that, just on the edge of the road. On the border of the forest, he's be staring off into the depths of it. His back is to you. He's not moving. Sort of a squat almost. He's not quite sitting, but he's not quite standing either. And there is a slow scraping sound of rock on metal.
I'll go look over his shoulder, see what he's doing.
Are you sneaking or are you just clattering over?
I will sneak in case he's doing something suspicious.
Alright, roll.
I'm really good at this. So that's a 10, I guess. With my armor on.
Okay. Clatter across the parking lot. He doesn't move really within probably arm's reach. You are tall enough and he is close enough to the ground that you can see he's sharpening an axe, just a one-handed dealy, a little hatchet. But he's not looking at it. He's staring to the depths of the forest.
You getting ready to chop down some druids?
He snorts. Doesn't turn his head, but he does snort. Sort of things frowned upon, you know.
Guess it depends on the druid.
In general, it's frowned upon.
We're gonna go talk to the druids, I think, and try to get that, whatever, the bell, I guess. We destroyed the cup. So I guess just the bell is left. Did you want to come along?
You think
Since that was your... Well, I mean, it was your mission. It's not really our mission. It's kind of your mission. We're just kind of helping. I mean, you can bail if you want.
He raises a good point.
And,
I believe that's actually that's what happened last time. He's like, I'm going no matter what. Like, if you guys are free to come along. That's what he said, right?
He did, yes. So he stands up and turns around. It's the shaft of the axe into his belt loop. So, does that mean you're gonna let me take the lead and talk to them, or are you gonna go in there sort of swinging?
I'd never do that. I'm not sure. There's a lot of us, though. I'm not sure. Like, you'll have to talk loudly if you want to take the lead. Let me tell you that right now.
You can't vouch for your group?
No, not at all.
Rude.
I feel like that was meant disparagingly, but at the same time, it could also just be an acknowledgement that we are a group of equal peers who all have a say in what we do.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's exactly what I meant.
The Badger is looking at you, as you deadpan, say no, not at all. And his eyes seem to clear up for a moment, and he smiles, and you can see sort of the tension leave his shoulders. And he kind of chuckles and smiles again, much closer to the Badger that you knew back in Sarnalacor. You should never vouch for other people.
Exactly.
Only speak for yourself.
Yep. True words, those. Let's go have breakfast.
He snorts at you again. I've eaten.
Oh, okay.
We'll stay in bed all day. Oh,
Well,
got things to do.
We'll be leaving shortly. Don't wander off into the woods where someone can turn you into an animal again. Please.
Raises an eyebrow.
But he can turn into an animal.
A different animal.
He was the same animal.
Well, an unwilling same animal.
Yeah. And he does. He kind of snorts and laughs again. If you're anybody else, I'd kneecap you for that, but incorrect. I'm not sure how they did it, but I don't like being trapped like that. Until we remove whatever item they have. Apart from the rest of you. But there are rules and protocols, and if you break them and you make me look bad, I'll kneecap the lot of you.
Well, again, this is something you should probably take up with the whole team rather than just me. Come inside. You made me nervous out here.
You're nervous out here?
Well, we just spent like how many weeks trying to track this dude down, and now he's out here being a loner? We need to put him
He's
on a leash or
always been a
something.
loner. He's a lone scout. That's his whole job. He does. He follows you inside. Ragamuffin crew sitting around. Vitan has brought you out some breakfast. It's not much. It's mostly sausages and some smoked ham. There are a few things that might be vegetables. There's definitely fried potatoes in there. The other things are a little more suspect. Potatoes are what they are, but they're very decidedly orange. But that's about all he's got right now.
I will take the fried potatoes. Remind me of home.
As Xylund and Badger come strolling in to the inn.
Alright.
I think Badger wants to have a few words with us. He seems to think that we can't be trusted in the dealings with the druids.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Lily just snorts somehow in her sleep. She's still snoring, but as soon as Island said that, there's just this snort.
See, the first step in admitting that you have a problem, Zion, or fixing the problem, is admitting it.
That's right. Not that you guys ever get around to fixing that particular problem, but yes. So, yeah, Badger sort of draws himself up, takes a deep breath. He, too, looks tired. He's an older dwarf, for one, so he's got kind of a naturally lined face, but he does look like he has aged a little since you saw him last. There's definitely a sag to his shoulders, and he doesn't speak as freely as he did in Sarnalacor. Seems to be it's a lot more. But he does, after one large breath, begin on a very slow, pedantic sort of speech, as if he's addressing school children.
Wow.
I don't. I appreciate you to thank for that. I will incur as well. But if you intend to follow me to the grove, you do need to recognize that circles have ways of dealing with things. There is diplomacy involved. It's unhelpful to go in there Flannagan.
Silence is the first thing that we've done.
Lily snorts again.
So, thinking probably the best idea would be for you to tell me what you think you're going to do. Then we can all go in there with a joint plan.
Confront them, interrogate them,
Well,
stop them from doing evil.
end goal, yes. Stop them from doing evil, I think. Which is combining the bell and using the bell to combine like the real world and shadow realm.
Actually, that sounds cool, but they need to find a different way to do it. So I guess our problem is with their methodology more than anything.
How about we all agree that we're not the most diplomatic, and let Badger, as he said, take the lead, since he has the experience and knowledge necessary to do so, and if that fails, we're protection.
Yeah.
Or something.
I agree, especially since this was his mission to begin with.
I just want to point out that I think we totally could be diplomatic if we wanted to, just like sometimes we don't want to. And
Well,
you know what? Yeah, you're probably a good idea.
Even when we try to be diplomatic, we end up offending and insulting or just outright pissing off whoever we're talking to.
Yeah, I was super diplomatic last night. I talked with Yuna and I got her to open up in ways she never did to you guys.
And then the rest of the party proceeded to mess with her while she was asleep.
Yeah.
Exclusions allowed, yes, but
I thought that was just mostly Xylund that did that.
I mean, after that.
He did have a separate conversation with her when you guys were in bed.
But what about the doll?
That
No, that was me.
that still happened. That still happened.
Those are two separate things.
Did you
I don't
update the
think they
party
are.
on that, or did you plan to update the party on that, Alan?
Me? I don't think there was anything discussed that was really pertinent
Okay.
to the party. I listened to it again and I don't think so.
Okay. Check. All right. So, Badger, upon hearing your plan, quote unquote,
It's a good
nods.
plan. We make the best.
All right,
plans.
then.
Just clearing up, like your end goal is to just get the bell away from them, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So
That's
that
what
I
I'm
feel
here
like
to do.
that needs to be the goal, and then whatever needs to happen to accomplish that.
Ideally in one piece. Dia wants to study it.
Okay.
Well, it's
I'll
half of a thing that, and we melted the other half, I think. So is it going to be of any use?
Don't know.
Okay.
That's why she wants to study it, I think. We
All
don't know
right.
much about it,
Best
honestly.
case scenario, we find this in a landfill, like right next to the druid's place.
They just chuck it. All we know about the bell is that it is not exactly from this world, which is why she'd like to get her paws on it.
well, I think despite the humorous way that Kern put it, I think best case scenario is that with the lower half of this sphere, the bowl being melted, perhaps the connection has been destroyed and it's now useless. But I think we should prepare for worst case scenario, which is that the bell still works, but without that connection, it's actually even more dangerous and something they could weaponize.
This one understands. Thank you.
All right.
Not as high pitched, but you understand. It's true. don't, as much as I've been stressing to you folks that druids are druids and protocol and something not entirely right with this group, and I don't know what they're capable of.
Do you think they may have been suborned by another entity, or that they've gone wrong all their own?
No, I think they've been subverted. Suthras is a long-standing circle. They do great works. They are known for their healing. They are known for their powers of resurrection, but they do it sparingly and in balance. This recent, raising every Tom, Dick, and Charlie who wanders through, and this isn't them.
Could it be a Glamored reaching across from the other side, from this other world, and influencing
The fact
them?
that they have the bell, which normally is not something that if somebody brought it to them, really, they wouldn't have sought out something like this. And whether they wittingly or unwittingly used it, that I don't really know. I'm not familiar with their archdruid, not personally. I only know the reputation of the circle itself. So it could be they were simply suckered into using a pretty bauble to expand their work and got in over their heads, or maybe there's somebody else in there pulling the strings. I'm not real sure.
We do know that they were infiltrated by hags.
Even if initially they were duped, there's also a possibility that the bell might have a corrupting nature. You know what they say about power.
It may. We don't know the exact extent of this bell, other than it's not of us. It could, and if it's got any connection to Glamored or a hag, and it could. It could be influencing people without them knowing. So that's. And he huffs again. I don't mean to lecture, but that's why I caution on the side of diplomacy, because if these people aren't in their right minds, we can't slaughter them.
And
if they're willing to give it back, we can't slaughter them.
Well, like you said, they do a lot. It's also like you said, they do a lot of good, or at least they were before they got the spell.
Circle is vital. Yes, absolutely. Circle can't be destroyed.
If it is possible that this bell has a corrupting influence, is there any way to protect us from that, or are we just hoping that short-term exposure would not cause the same issue?
No. Just a deep sighs again. It caused me to get stuck, which has never happened to me before. Don't know. You all could be forever tainted. I don't know.
He said tainted.
I'm glad that you said it, and it wasn't me, because I was going to say it if you did it.
Anyway, I do feel a little like I'm leading you into the lion's den because of that. And he points to Lily. Because of all of that, those are all concerns, and they're not questions I have answers to. I'm not an answers kind of guy. I don't know. We could be walking into a death trap.
That will be fine.
It's not the first time we faced such, and so I think we're all aware of the potential dangers, and we're willing to come anyways.
You stood, and he kind of looks at the picked over food and Davynn shoveling fried potatoes in his mouth.
All right.
You eaten? Where to go? Or
He's a growing boy.
and just you kind of laugh. I'm not trying to put a fellow off his food. I just don't want to delay this longer than need be.
Lily looks at her over her own, like, very picked over plate, sighs, drinks the rest of her tea. I'm ready.
Let's
I
go.
ask if I can get a to-go box. So that
You
we
say,
have
Itan, sensing the mood of the room, attempting in his own way to be the best possible innkeeper that a 16-year-old can be, has actually managed to rustle up some butcher's paper, some fairly thick paper, and is not delicately, but just sort of shoving like things together in this butcher paper and tying it up, preparing these weird little to-go boxes for you all. The paper won't last too long given the amount of grease that still clings to all of your breakfast, but it's serviceable for now if you eat it quickly.
so much good grease.
Yes, it's all meat greases, and basically, yes, it is New York pizza. It is it is the paper will soon adhere to the bottom of the meat and become one with it. It's yeah. It's not going to be appetizing, but it is functional. He sort of piles that up. Exactly. It's at least 10% of the pizza paper bit.
I beg to differ. It is absolutely appetizing.
So, we received your bundles. Badger looks approvingly over his little army and turns and strides out the door. We follow it.
Yeah. Follow it.
Lily does so with a begrudging groan and a shuffle.
I want pizza too. I know. Listening to the live stream this morning.
I might have just ordered pizza.
Yeah.
By the way, Yuri, just to clarify, because I don't see it on my character sheet anymore, did you say that the stone leg had been cured and I'm no longer at half speed?
Are no longer at half speed. I said your legs have returned to normal color and felt functional.
Okay. Just wanted to double check.
Not yet. You are not at half speed.
I don't like how specific she's being.
Yeah, there's something fishy there.
I mean, just the idea that that something else could come back, or that there's something still changed and could just pop up in the future is kind of exciting.
I didn't think so. No, I live in Indiana. We have no good pizza.
Green chili fixes everything. So, even if it's crappy pizza, it's good. Green chili.
I don't even have colleges here anymore. I used to live in the college town down in Bloomington. They had good pizza. They also had really good Afghani restaurant.
Ooh.
That's where I would eat. Anyway, we're not gonna talk about food anymore. Eddie and Badger is purposefully striding down the street on his way to the grove, which I know I have a picture of somewhere in my...
Grid.
There it is.
Yeah,
You guys
Grove.
can see this.
Grow.
Okay, it was being
Isn't
wonky.
it quite a while off? Because we were in...
Yes, it is a bit of a walk. You guys did it with the processional, and you're going you can obviously go a little faster than with the processional. But yeah, it is still quite a ways out of town.
Don't we have a cart?
Mm-hmm.
Along the way there, Davynn would like to sidle up to Xylund, who is probably on his horse with alternating names. So he's sprinting next to Xylund pretty much. And I was like, hey, Xylund, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
You're worldly, right? Can you maybe slow down a bit?
I'll slow down a bit.
Okay, thanks. So, like, you know how to, like, do stuff and things.
Are you looking for advice with the ladies?
Yes, exactly. I wasn't gonna worry too much, but then Lily threatened to kill me if I did something wrong.
Okay. First
So,
of
like,
all, gross, but second of all, go on.
How do you, how do you, like, go on an actual date?
Well, I guess you take the girl out to a bar and you get her drunk and then you take her up to your room.
Is that it? Is it really that simple?
Well, if you have drugs, I mean, drugs help too.
We're talking about the recreational kind, right?
Oh yes, the recreational kind, nothing untoward.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify.
No. Like, yes, consent is very important. Always make sure that you have full consent.
Cool. Wow, that was a lot simpler than I expected.
Yeah, it's really not that complicated. Just follow your instincts and go where nature leads you.
My instincts were saying let's go like I don't know, like go to like a lake in a forest with like a picnic or something, but I think your idea is gonna be way easier to do.
Yeah, I mean that could work, but you just make sure you bring lots of potato oil.
Yes.
And or drugs.
Yeah, okay, cool. Maybe don't say it like that, but yes. Thank you.
I wonder if Xylund could feel the sheer glare and killing intent coming at him right now.
I feel like Davynn was trying to keep this secret, but because of like the show that he made to like slow down the horse and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Xylund is not being subtle. He's just gonna talk at his normal speaking voice. And
as Davynn walks away from time, he's gonna be like, "Oh wow, that was a lot simpler and a lot quicker than I expected. I expected that to be a lot more uncomfortable."
I just stare at
Does Davynn notice Lily just like trying to kill Xylund with her eyes?
Well, let's find out.
I'd like to sort of ride next to Kern for a little bit of the way too and catch his attention and say, hey, so once we're done with this, and I think we're getting near the end of this whole druid thing.
Yeah.
We still haven't really decided on a destination for the boat that we're gonna,
Yep. I was meaning to talk to you about that.
Okay, well, I got an idea.
Yeah.
So let me go first. Like we don't have any orders right now, so it seems like we're pretty much free to go wherever we please. So I was thinking it might be a good idea to take it around the coast down to visit your family while we have a chance. Because who knows when we're next going to have a chance, you know what I mean? And I think everyone here would enjoy the opportunity to, see where you're from and stuff, because since you're, the most popular guy in the party, pretty much. Everybody's buddy.
Yeah, we can, funny thing, I was gonna also check to see how your family matters are doing, and I kind of like go keep it like a little bit, I speak a little bit softer.
Mine are sorted. I got Nisali to take care of that.
Right. Well, we can check back up on that in Greylock to make sure that it actually is, and if there's problems, I have no issue helping you out. You know that, right?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'd prefer, like, if you want to do your scrying thing, to just check up on it. That'd be fine with me. I don't feel like we have to really get deeply involved in what's going on. I trust Nisali.
Okay. I can do that at the end of the day, just in case we run into some hard stuff. Okay. I have been in contact sparingly with my sister also, so yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about your idea.
Well, I've heard good things about the South. It seems like be a good place to just kick back for a little bit and
yeah
see the sights.
Yeah, I'll think about it. And then I just kind of start walking slower so that Xylund passes in front of me.
I will clap him on the back and leave him to himself.
Look, very conflicted.
Anyone else want to have any awkward conversations on? So we're doing them.
I was gonna talk to Davynn, but I feel like I'm too
distracted. Xylund just wants to move on your mom.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Whole goal.
I think he's put the moves on Xylund's mom. Throw it back in his face.
My mom is dead.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That would be weird.
Fine, your sister.
Oh, that's kind of a no subject.
All right, so let's continue down your path. Badger nominally in the lead. Moves fairly quick for a dwarf. You notice he doesn't leave footprints. The muddy, snowy path you go through. Either dwarf size or boar size. But it does take some time. The trees pressing closer before you hit the open grove. Over wide in a fedline. You and stone circles and the monoliths and the constant sound of birds in the trees and general increased wildlife activity around the area. You heard it increasing on the path as you got closer. Here on the outskirts where it breaks into the open field, it is very noticeable how high the level of activity is. Once you break the tree line, it turns up along the little creek that runs alongside, heading towards the waterfall and to the base of the massive tree, which serves as the sort of home base of the Sutherco. He doesn't check back. He doesn't actually have a lot to say about your journey, anything. And he doesn't check over his shoulder to make sure you guys are still following or anything. He just and continues along the stream. It's the great tree. When you finally arrive, he does finally speak and calls out in a very loud, clear voice, calling to the druids of Suthra, asking for passage.
Whisper over to Davynn, didn't we not leave this place? Didn't we leave this place like after we just like killed a whole bunch of people? Right beforehand.
Yes, we did. I remember leaving the waterfall and then finding a hag mud person.
You think they knew that was us?
I think they thought it was us based on how they talked to us when we were in the circle.
Okay. Alright. Badger's got this.
In a few moments.
He probably got it.
Massive eagles fly down from the tops of the trees, the obscure tops of the trees, and offer a ride. Giant eagles. You can either ride on their backs or be held aloft in talons. It is totally up to you. The badger seems quite comfortable on the back of a giant eagle.
Yeah. Back of the giant eagle sounds awesome.
That option. There's enough one for everybody. As you guys get settled and comfortable, does anyone have to check?
Sorry, what?
as you guys get settled and comfortable, assuming everyone is going and no one has an objection.
I don't think we're...
No.
On horse,
Yeah,
I don't
we're fine with flying on the backs of eagles.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we're ever comfortable, also.
Well,
That's true. You guys are pretty awkward. You are out aloft the backs of giant eagles to the rather familiar open platform where you were slightly interrogated during your last visit. The chairs and what few seating there is still there. There is a bit of an assemblage. Most of the druids seem to be the actual eagles. So there's only a handful, 4 or 5, that are actually still standing around. One of them you recognize as Misha, who was the druid who asked you to investigate the hag during your last visit. She represented sort of the contingency of the druid circle that was concerned about the goings-on. Land and allow you to alight and before slowly shifting back into their normal druidy selves. Some of them look pleased to see you, or at the very least hopeful, and a few others have darker looks on their faces.
Ha.
You don't know any of them. You'd be familiar. But are standing in this little cluster, now completely surrounded by druids. But now that they're no longer eagles, Misha takes a very hesitant sort of half step forward. And again, looks fairly nervous. And there's a light grumbling among the crowd behind her when Badger steps up and doesn't seem to know her name, but addresses her anyway, calls her sister. A very short, clipped turn that he has arrived to claim the bell. Property of the circle, by right, has done more harm than good, and he hopes that this can be done quickly and quietly. He and his patriots allow them to get back to their good works. This, of course, creates a larger buzz amongst the group, and Misha looks a little concerned and kind of looks over him at you guys, scanning your faces a little bit before she herself speaks, addressing the lot of you, Badger included, glancing down at him from time to time as she says, I had spoken to your compatriots about my concerns, and I had hoped that they have brought help in persuading the Arch to relinquish it to you. So this hopefully will serve both of our purposes. And gives a smile just to scan your faces again, looking for some sort of assent or confirmation.
Looking. What did she want from us again?
She wanted proof that the bell was bad, basically. She wanted proof that the bell was not helpful, that it was tainted, that it was in some way corrupting or harming.
Well, we have the testimony of Liliscea Lanfryd here, who was recently a cat. Take it away, Lily.
And we also have like the hag journal that says that it was traded to them by the hag.
You have a ledger.
Oh yeah, we have a ledger. We also have this tapestry. I'm not sure that's relevant though.
No.
Tapestry is in the cart because you can't carry the tapestry.
Lily has a very quick whispered conversation with Lana, trying to convince Lana to help her since she knows she's not good at talking and persuading at all. Hopefully to get, Lana's help on any kind of persuasion that needs to be made. Steps forward and clears her throat. Right, so as Xylund so eloquently put it, I was recently a cat, not due to my own volition or any kind of natural tendency, but this is essentially what the bell does and what it was for. And she'll go on to explain like everything she found out with the bell being connected to the bowl in the Shadow Realm, and the whole goal being, you know, everybody who goes comatose providing a bridge to the Shadow Realm. And then those who failed to become a bridge, their souls being essentially forced into animals. And, you know, the little bit she's discovered of the end goal beyond that, you know, being sold to or being dropped into a field after the Shadow Realm collapsed and all that, and, you know, bad stuff, jujus and everything.
So the assembled group listens to Lily's explanation and her tale, and they again begin to sort of discuss amongst themselves the druids who transported you up here, the ones that were initially sort of encircling you on this platform. Slowly during the course of Lily's speech, pulled away and joined the group in front. So it's a much larger group now, but they have divided into fairly distinct factions. Group around Misha and a group around a male druid that you do recognize as Kaidalel, who argued with you the first time we're here. Basically called you a bunch of assholes and liars.
Also, lastly, everybody you've helped with this bell, the ones who were supposedly cured, the cure didn't take. Even the ones who were not with life-threatening illnesses, and I don't know for 100% certain, but based off of everything I've seen, everything I've heard, if they're not dead, they will be shortly.
I tell it, he immediately sort of rages up. His face is all contorted. He's clearly, like, he went from 0 to 60 on the angry meter. Immediately furious, pointing at Lily. How can we trust what this one has to say? We've never seen her before in our lives. We could have picked her up off the streets in McGrain. For all we know. Misha cuts him off and starts to murmur fairly quietly about how they knew about the deaths, and, you know, it does fit and it makes sense. And but then he turns to her and he starts yelling at her. So they start to actively squabble. And in the midst of their argument, Badger just kind of turns his back to them and looks at you all, shrugs his shoulder a little bit. Lucy might have failed here.
Yeah, they didn't seem too open to diplomacy last time either.
Did we show them the ledger? Show them the ledger.
I'll bring forth the ledger and be like, regardless, this bell was traded to you by hags. And the only reason hags ever do anything is to create mischief and strife. And I'll show him the ledger.
Until rushes forward, grabs it out of your hand. Snatch! Oh. And then he starts to say there are no, and then he stops himself. And Misha is right there behind him and says, you can't even say there aren't tags here, because we know full well there are. She pulls it out of his hand. He starts to flip through it as he looks over her shoulder. It says right here, Ankara. Ankara has been missing for days now. And then she looks at you guys. She's the newest of our circle. a competent druid, to be sure. Powerful, actually. All of this started to go haywire. She just quickly. If you'd gone for days, we wouldn't see her, so we weren't alarmed this last time. But if she's in league with such a natural beast, that would make a lot of sense. And the group around them starts to murmur again amongst themselves. Seems like they're sort of leaning towards Misha's side on this one. Even as Kaidala sputters and stamps behind her. He took this from the hag's lair, he said?
Yeah, and we have other weird hag shit to show you if you don't believe us.
What?
Like a tapestry that moves. What else? That's the main thing. Oh, I've also got
crown.
This head. Yeah, we don't want to mention the crown though. They might take it away.
Yeah, let's not get that one over.
I have this weird ass headdress, this fancy bird headdress. There's this paper tricorn hat.
Oh, I have hag hair apparently.
Oh, that's incriminating.
Yeah.
You have hag hair.
I have something in my inventory that's known as yellowy gray hag liquid.
Yes.
We're just turning out our pockets.
Also, in addition to all this, I think it's also important to note something Badger told us before we came here, actually about your circle, is before this whole bell, all of the healing you did was in keeping, it was sparing and in keeping with balance, and making sure that things didn't sway too far one way or another. And I would be the first to tell you that power, especially power like this, that which can create miracles and bring back the dead, so seemingly so easily, it has its own price. That even if it's not seen now and not obvious, it's there, and it will be paid. I don't see what the balance is in this bell. Even if it was seemingly benign, it's not balance. It's too far.
Misha is nodding along, sympathetically. Kaidala once again sputters and stamps and points at Lily. He likes to seem to point at people. Points at Lily again. And what does this one know? Lecturing us on balance. Lecturing us on anything. But she, and then he spins around on Misha. Alone, who are you to question the Archdruid? If he feels the bell is helpful, then the bell is helpful. If it has some side effects, he clearly has taken those into account. Amkita is... I don't know where Amkita is, but I'm sure wherever she is, she's fine.
Hey, how
There are a
about we
lot
just
of coincidences.
Dark Druid speak for himself?
Yeah, we've heard a lot about this Archdruid, but we haven't actually heard from him.
I would love to hear his side of it, but no offense to you, but I don't think you're representing him really well.
Also, Lily knows a lot.
Yeah, she's like super smart.
All right.
There's a
Lily, we
possibility
lost
that you're... Pardon?
Oh, next side step.
Oh.
Okay.
There's a possibility that your Archdruid could be in communion with Glamored as well. So, bear that in mind.
Ella loses his shit. How dare you insinuate anything like that? Anything like that? Glamored. No idea what they're talking about. They walked into and then walked out of a hag's lair? You're truly going to believe that?
We can give you the address.
Yeah.
It's pretty dope ass spike chain. I'm gonna learn how to use it. And we got a lot of other hag stuff. So, you know.
Misha said, kind of loud, maybe we should let them meet with a no. And they talk amongst themselves. She seems to be calming him down a little bit. There's a lot of glances towards you all. Anyone who wants to can make a perception check.
Yes, please.
I didn't think I would take much convincing. Still pretty good. Davynn, not so much.
But what if I'm not paying attention? My perception's actually better if I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, I know. Your passive is real good, but you're trying to focus here. And there is a lot going on. There are a lot of people talking.
Actually, that's a 10 for me because I'm wearing my helmet.
Are you okay? So you don't hear anything either, but Lana and Kern, you kind of get the gist of the conversation. Misha is calming a little down, and it seems to be her tone is very sort of conciliatory, but also encouraging. She keeps waving the book around, and that seems to be the clinching proof her, and she's trying to convince him of the same thing.
It's a good thing we picked up that book. God.
So eventually they do turn back, and it's okay. I think you should see the Archdruid.
Does he?
Plan. We'll you can request. What we can do. Never seen him turn anyone away before, though. Just wait here. She slips into her own eagle form and heads up above. And it is a very uncomfortable 5 minutes of the group sort of eyeing each other. The factions haven't really melded again yet. Like, Kaidalal is a little calmer, but you can still tell he's sort of seething under the surface. He's incredibly unhappy. He tried to keep the book when Misha left, but she wouldn't let him have it. So he's very ill-tempered and is talking to his little group, and Misha's little group looks more concerned than anything. Badger still has his back kind of to them. I'll put it.
If only we had a hagstone.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Stare at Lana.
Yeah, it is a very, very tense scenario. Badger is and it's like, so I am glad for more than one reason now that you all ventured into that cave. And eliminate her entirely.
Yeah.
Good work, and he seems to remember himself for a second. But good work, excellent work.
Yeah, we did good.
We did okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we can do diplomacy.
Lily, isn't it Next not back? Actually, can think of it.
No, I don't think Nex is back yet.
All right, well, Lily,
Wait for a second.
Her meditation stuff. We should tell her about the orb of annihilation that we have.
That sounds like a really dangerous thing, but
yeah, that's why we should tell her about it.
Yeah,
she's smart. Dude.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right. So as you all sort of stand and listen to the druids mutter amongst themselves, Eagle does return. Looks back to Misha. Not you. And she looks at Badger.
What? That's racist.
She puts up her hands. I understand. Archdruid, he's not in favor of a certain circle.
What, dwarves?
Oh. No, worship circles. He's asked not to meet friend. But as the rest of you are citizens, you'll be fine.
Gotcha.
Badger kind of huffs and snuffs, but he didn't say anything.
Why? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Why is she objecting to Badger?
He comes from a druidic circle that the Archdruid doesn't approve of.
Oh.
Oh. I thought he was talking about like the Bloodwell stuff.
No.
It's like
No, he doesn't.
So Badger's originally from a druid circle then. Oh.
Badger is from a druid circle.
Well, I'm going to stay here with Badger in solidarity then. I'm not going to let you be, I don't know, circle racist. Without some form of protest.
Ortherist.
You want to stay behind?
I'll stay behind with Badger, yeah.
Okay.
You want us to ask the Archdruid Island?
No, we're not going to cast Zone of Truth on him.
You can't. Only I can do that.
I mean, I think it's in my spell repertoire.
Is it? Well...
He wouldn't do it as well.
Yeah.
No,
sincerity
nobody does Zone of Truth.
Xylund.
Does
Exactly.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, and I guess good luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Xylund's Zone of Truth just like transforms the area around it into like one of those like police detention, like interrogation.
Yeah, it is. It's very much. Yeah, it definitely becomes a very small interrogation cell.
I imagine it as a spotlight shining right into their face.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, very much so. So Misha, nods. Like she doesn't seem to think it's odd. So I'm like, stay behind. She just nods, and she leads you guys over to the edge of the platform where it meets the tree trunk itself, which is massive. But she touches it, and a rough door shape becomes outlined momentarily, and she gestures for you to walk through it.
Oh, that's really sweet.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
I mean, yeah. I guess we've seen pretty cool stuff in our lifetimes because we live interesting lives, but that was still rather impressive. I like door trees.
Yeah.
Now, why expressing all this, I just feel expressive right now.
Don't get too expressive there, buddy.
Yeah.
Pat him on the shoulder and gives Lana a wink.
You can enter your door tree.
Yeah.
And you pop out in another one of the platforms. This one is entirely screened by smaller branches and sort of interwoven leaves and vines that creates a screen effect both around the side as sort of mock walls and up above. While Xylund is down below playing Ace Attorney, apparently. So, standing in the center of this little shielded area, it's appointed very much like a private quarters. There's a low bed, very simple, made of wood. Looks like it's actually attached to the platform. It might have grown out of it or been carved by a single piece of wood. There's a small desk. There are lots of very low shelves. Everything's very low to the ground, and most of it seems to either be attached to or in some way a part of either the platform or the surrounding screen of wood and leaves. So there's a little table, there's a small shelving system filled with odds and sods. The desk itself has a very simple stool behind it, and it's covered with bits, and some of it looks like potion making supplies, some of it looks like bits of metal, but there's also a low couch and kind of a low seating area, and in the center a raised place to put a fire source of some kind that's actually been lined with stone instead of wood. And just beyond this little fire pit, which is currently unlit, is a tall, very slender, and pointed ears, very exaggerated elven features, very long limbs, very long legs and arms, stretched towards torso, slim, incredibly long hair, goes down to about his waist. That's got a silver sheen to it. That might be its natural color. It's difficult to tell. Might just be a factor of age. His face is very lined with age as well. His eyes are almost to the level of silver that Xylund's are.
But not quite.
Not quite. As metallic. Still a fairly intense silver color. And he's got fingernails that have grown slightly longer, so they mimic claws almost. And he's in very simple robes. No leather or anything around him. Very loosely belted, long hempen style, Jedi-ish robe in a light gray.
Yeah.
Which is probably its natural color. It doesn't have been dyed in any way. Just a very loose, twisted rope belt going around it. He doesn't appear to wear shoes. He has no jewelry. And as you emerge from the tree into his sort of living space, the voice that he addresses you with, you would almost expect it to be kind of cracked with age because he just looks that old and frail standing there. But instead it's fairly deep and very strong. And he says, welcome to my home. There's a bit of a issue brewing down below. My name is Anal, and you are welcome in my... I'll write that. You were told his name.
Yeah.
I don't think I wrote it for you.
I just wanted to double check that because we got a bunch of names tossed at us, and it wasn't.
I know. I think Sia actually told you.
Yeah.
Circle leaders.
Anal. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Anal Tilathana is, I do think Sia told you that, is the current leader. She just didn't know anything about him.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
I have them written down in my notes somewhere. Just didn't write down that he was the leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Anal welcomes you into his home. I understand you've been on a bit of an adventure.
Our lives are an adventure.
Yeah, we're basically always on an adventure.
Some would call us adventurers. But anyway.
Really amused. How is it that I can help you today? Isha seems to think you have news of some import.
Yeah. Would it surprise you if we said your druid circle may have been infiltrated by hags, maybe?
He looks slightly taken aback, just a split second. Across his face before he laughs gently. I would be quite surprised to hear that. And he strides over, very slow, fluid motion over to the little stool behind his table. What has caused you to come to that conclusion?
So, you know that bell that you've been using?
Yes.
Well, we have the journal, right?
Oh.
Oh.
Catal has the journal.
Catal.
No, I'm sorry. Misha had the journal. Catal tried to take it from her.
Misha. Okay. Well,
I am back if you need me to give my whole thing. I'm guessing Anal Tilithana is the Archdruid?
Yes. Yeah, and we found out that bell is not doing it's doing some pretty shady stuff. Like, Lily would probably be better suited to tell you the specifics.
Holds up an ancient clawed hand and pops Kern short. I heard the story, and I've seen your evidence. Like, convinced.
Did you say he was convinced or he's not?
Was not.
I was about to ask that.
Was not entirely convinced. I will admit there have been some unpleasant side effects of the bell, but all in all, I still think it is a force of greater good than not. More to the point, and he stops you before you speak, sort of extending a finger. What I am concerned about chair.
You kind of cut out. You said what I am concerned about, and then there was like 5 seconds of silence.
No!
And then chair. And I was like, what?
Chairs. They're ruining everything.
No. What I said was, what he is concerned about is the disappearance of Amkada. Sure, you've met her. Reddish hair.
Yeah.
Member of our circle.
Yeah. Well, do we remember seeing anybody that fit that description as like statues inside the Hag's Lair? No?
Oh.
So the one in the waterfall, sorry to interject, I know I'm not there, but there was a druid at the waterfall that we killed, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
she
Had
Yeah, that
reddish
was
hair.
her. We were pretty sure that was her to begin with.
Okay.
Who wants to explain that?
Well, she summoned a hag. I mean, she was bad.
So it
Yeah.
might.
That's what we have to try. So
If there is any magic that you can
Actually, I'm
do-
not sure Kern was there for that one. Were you?
Sid
Ah.
was not there. Kern
Yeah.
was in the
Kern
fight.
was there because you needed
Yeah, Kern
a
was
heal
there.
rod.
I meant Sid.
Oh, Sid missed that fight, but Kern was there.
Yeah, but she
That
did
was-
summon a hag, and she
did.
did. Like, we didn't start that. We were just walking out of the waterfall, and she accosted us, and then summoned a hag at us.
which is
So
very
we
rude.
might just be like, yeah, so we might have killed her. I'm not saying that. I'm
Boy,
not
did we
saying.
bury the lead on this one.
But to be fair, it was for a good reason.
So he searches.
None of that was actually said, though.
Right. I know. Waits patiently for a response.
How are we gonna do this? Say this.
I don't think Lily was there either.
No, you didn't
I
come
don't
back
think
with
so.
them. You weren't part of that fight, so you have no
Yeah.
idea. You don't know who, whatever happened to Amkada, or even which one she was.
I'm blinking confusedly at the rest of the
Yeah,
party.
you don't have any idea. You were not
I
there.
think the best route would be to just say what happened when we came to get healing for Davynn, and then step through everything, and then get to the point where she attacked us with hags, and we defended ourselves, and her body's somewhere below the depths of the water.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's do that.
Like,
Okay.
outside of a game, like, does that sound like a good route to go down?
I don't think we have any good route. This could be worse.
I mean, it's honest, and I don't think you ever really want to lie to an archdruid.
Yeah.
And as long as it highlights first that she summoned hags, and so we defended ourselves.
And how bad, like, what's happening with the bell and stuff. Like, how that's bad.
I think we can get back to the bell once he knows about Ankara.
Well, I feel it's important to, like, have that in the story to be like,
wasn't she the one who...
Because you were using the bell, like, this domino effect happened, causing, like, deaths of, like, somebody that you thought was in your circle, but may have just actually been infiltrating it to cause chaos and stuff.
Yeah, wasn't she the one who was on the ledger as having...
What? We stuffed her in a tree stump?
Did.
Okay, Kern was actually there for this. It was me. Okay, hang on. Let me just fill you in on what happened.
Anyone but Xylund.
That was Xylund with Kern as a missing
Mistress was
player.
there too, though.
Hildreth, it was Hildreth and me primarily driving the action. Kern was there though. And so what we did was we kind of dissected her to see if we could find any hag parts in her, and we didn't. So then we stuffed her in a tree trunk. And Kern, you were an accomplice, so you would know this.
Yeah.
The hell, guys?
Also,
I remember I patted you on the shoulder to make it better, and I left a big bloody handprint on your shoulder. It was pretty funny.
So just real quick though, didn't the ledger say that this druid was also like trading with the hags, or was the one from the hags?
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's like, I'm not convinced by this evidence.
They need to find.
I think he just wants to see, like, our character
reaction,
because I think he's probably pretty sure like what happened.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he probably has an idea of exactly who killed her.
Well, because he's like, oh, we're gonna do this. I think this is like we're doing a greater good right here, and if we come across as like we're trying to do the same thing, but I think we can do it better, and he believes that, like, he'll hand it over to us,
or we're gonna have to fight him.
I mean, that too. I don't care either way.
I care. I don't want to fight an archdruid.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, think of the experience.
I mean, okay, but think about this: archdruids get unlimited wild shapes.
Yeah, that's why you just got to do a lot of damage.
And additionally, those wild shapes don't affect his hit points unless you manage to do over damage to said wild shape.
Yeah, but he has to use an action to transform every time. He's
bonus.
Like the archdruid.
It's a bonus action.
Archdruid stats aren't a bonus action to shift.
Really?
At least in the NPC stat block.
Oh, well.
Back to the matter at hand.
Anyway, and plus, only bonus action is moon druids. It's the only.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, do we know what kind of druid he is? What circle?
I don't know.
Could be moon.
But circle of green sounds pretty cool.
In our position.
Anyways, enough of that. Our plan needs to be. We should be upfront and honest with him. I mean, Kern doesn't want to fight the archdruid. Sid doesn't care either way.
Sid wants the XP.
I'm fine with however we decide to resolve this. But
yeah, although I will say though that if we do end up having to fight the archdruid, we then end up having to fight pretty much the entire circle.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Probably.
That would be fun.
That's why I'm saving my 6th level spell slot for the quick GTFO.
I'm gonna use my. If this does happen, I'm gonna use my 6th level spell slot pretty much as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well, I can teleport all of us back to Greylock in one action. Yeah. If shit hits the fan, we at least got that. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I will play this out to avoid combat as much as possible and get the bell.
So, quick question. While Erie's AFK, could I just get a little quick rundown of what happened while I was AFK? Just
So, the last session that you were at is when we went to go get Davynn healed, right?
well, no. What happened this session while I was AFK? Just a little brief rundown. But yeah,
Okay.
that was the last session I was at. Was when we went to get Davynn healed.
When you were away this session, we just talked to the Druid Circle, and there appeared to be two factions. One that wanted that, like, were believing us and were in favor of us, and then the others that were like, we must follow the Archdruid because obviously he knows best, and if he doesn't see a problem with this, why would we listen to outsiders?
I mean, beyond the he knows best, that is actually kind of fair. Why would you listen to outsiders over your own leader?
Yeah, exactly.
Unless, you can...
I'm still annoyed about it.
I mean, so it's one thing if, like, the leader is obviously is obviously compromised, whether mentally, emotionally, spiritually, whatever, or is even suburned, and you notice these things, but if they seem like they're still wise and powerful, and you haven't noticed any signs, why the hell would you listen to outsiders?
I mean, I know, but I'm still annoyed about it.
I mean, for all they know, we just want the bell for ourselves.
Which is not entirely false. I'm sure
Yeah,
that
but we all
It is
want
entirely
it.
false. We want to give the bell to the Bloodwell so that they don't.
So that it's
I mean the Schmudwell, so that it doesn't get used.
It's
That's
fine,
not
we
fair.
can just say Bloodwell now.
Oh, has that been completely just abandoned?
I
Xylund
mean,
is-
no, but
Xylund has not been the best at keeping that a secret.
I mean,
Okay. What did you decide? What is your answer to the
Well,
Archdruid?
Finn is going to get coffee.
I noticed him getting coffee, but he's not upstairs. You guys are.
No. I think we're just going to start at the beginning when we first interacted with the Druid Circle. And, like, we came here to get healing for our friend Davynn. They took us in. We did the ceremony. He rang the bell. We woke up in this other place where we were all animals. It was really cool. I was a horse. I mean a pony. And we met a talking mouse. And blah, 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 blah. And then realized I'm getting sidetracked and then get back to the main point. Then we met this other really creepy guy over there who had a cup. He said, like, the bell and the cup were connected. And Lily might be able to speak more to, like, this Shadow Realm and real world stuff if you want to get into that. But apparently, like, all the people that were there were being used as power, right?
Lily
To, like,
will
tunnel the bridge?
verify that point as to exactly what was going on and how it was being used.
Yeah. So then we kind of got rid of the cup on the other side and came to behind a waterfall where, upon waking up, we met this red-haired druid lady, and we were like, oh, thank God, it all worked. And then she proceeded to attack us and summon hags. So we defended ourselves. And we're really good at defending ourselves.
one could even say that we are too good at defending ourselves.
In some cases, we are too good. And this was one of those cases.
Listens to your story and Lily's projections and actions, verification. You admit you were the ones who killed Amkida.
Yes.
But also, Amkida had something wrong with her. She wasn't a normal person anymore. She had, like, haggy bits. Like the hag stone that we lost.
Yeah.
This is in the condition. And he reaches over on his table and pushes aside some bits of Bob's, little bits of green and brown. Not sure what they are. And pulls from underneath this little pile the bell itself, which again is not very large. And he sort of turns it in his hand a little bit and looks at it, and then looks at you all again. And the proof you have is your story, a dead druid, and a small book for this. And he holds it up.
I mean,
it's only half of a larger artifact. And the worry I have is, best case scenario, it's useless now that the other half has been destroyed and the connection is no longer there. Worst case scenario, it's even more dangerous, since it's not connected to anything.
Yeah, how much do you know about the bell? Because, like, if you know enough about it to know what it is and how to use it, then you should know that our story checks out, yeah?
also, like, as much good as the bell is doing, having cellars of people that are completely comatose, like, underneath one of the cities, one of the local towns, that just doesn't seem like, pardon me if I'm stepping on toes here, doesn't seem too balancy. And
not to mention a large majority of the people who've been successfully healed ended up dead.
He doesn't let go of the bell, but he does avert his gaze. And his overly lined face crinkles further. So you've seen the survivors then.
We can take you to the survivors.
Puts up a hand. Sorry. All of it. Then do you?
I mean, I'm sure there's some parts that we're not aware of, but thanks in part to my captivity and time spent as a cat, we know how the bell works and we know what its intent was. We know why they were so intent on getting it to you. We know the fact that those comatose people are meant to create a bridge to the Shadow Realm. Don't like how he said that. Can I roll an insight check?
Yes.
I don't like the fact that he said you know all of it makes me think that he also knew all of it and was complicit.
Oh, that's real good. How good that was.
ooh, look at Lily.
Well,
Lily, good job.
Yeah, I'm really starting to get a bad feeling about how he said that.
So your gazes meet, and eyes definitely lock.
Should I cast locate creature focused on hags?
yes, do it.
Let me hear what Eerie's saying real quick.
I know, like Kern, in a rare moment,
He's ready.
He's mostly trying to focus on like being like, we're being honest. Come on, please believe us. And whatever this result is, I think Lily might break him out of that.
Oh, yeah. Eyes definitely lock between you and the Archdruid, Lily, where he holds your gaze very steadily. And it's definitely an assessment. That is 110% what this is. You've been in school, you have studied, you know when a professor is assessing you, and that's exactly what he's doing. After, 2 or 3 heartbeats of that, he opens his mouth to speak again. I knew when I took it what it did. It's worth it. It still holds its power. But I don't think you would like the result. I give it to you willingly. Yes, those.
You're cutting out a bit, Eerie.
Am I again?
Yeah, and it's really sad because it sounds so emotional.
Okay, that's important.
I'll try again.
It seems to be like whenever your voice lowers below a specific register.
Maybe
I think
that's what it is.
doing,
Maybe my mic input.
Because like when you raised your voice a bit in frustration, you were coming through completely clear, and I think it's like the sensitivity you set it at, so you didn't pick up your sister's TV.
That might be it. Yeah, let me.
You should just make it so that all of your characters have high-pitched voices.
I can't do that though. That hurts. I'm a naturally low register person.
I've heard your gnome voice. That one would probably work.
Well, I love my gnome voice, but I can't.
And at the same time, a high-pitched archdruid voice would kind of ruin the.
It ruins the great. It does. Yeah, I was gonna say it would take out the gravitas. So that is.
I don't know what you mean. I'm the archdruid, and you can't do nothing about it.
All right, let's try this again. I did lower the mic sensitivity, so hopefully that will help.
Yeah.
It might also be my Ethernet. It might also be Discord being a piece of shit. Who knows?
You're not robotic-y or choppy. It's just at some point your mic just stops picking things up. It's what it sounds like.
Well, hopefully this will help. Yes, the druid says, Archdruid, excuse me, let's respect the title. The Archdruid says, I know what the bell does. What it does when Amkita brought it to me. I know that too. I could show you, but I don't think you would enjoy that very much. Those that we saved would be damned, and those that we didn't would be dead. For those that it brought back to us to be a small enough price, and I did pay a price. I can't give this to you.
So you can't give it to us, but you want to?
Perhaps it's best that you have it.
But you can't give it to us.
Cannot hand it to you, no.
Could you leave it on the table and then we just happen to grab it?
Yes, like not stop us from taking it.
Thank you, Davynn. What have we learned?
Consent is... So you're not saying no.
I'm saying I'm bound to it. Believe it. And he stands in that slow, fluid motion. And he goes over to sort of the side couch, which is mid-room, and he sets it down. I will leave it back. But I don't know how I will react.
Okay. Should we get Xylund in here?
How can we take it without you reacting? Hopefully, can we like knock you out beforehand or something?
You can certainly try.
I'm not sure. Are you on our side or not here?
Hold on.
No,
Hold
he
on.
is, he
Hold
is.
on. Let's not threaten to knock out or ask if we can knock out an archdruid, right? Bad idea.
Lana, to answer your question, the room that you're in is entirely enclosed. In order for you to get a horse out the door, it would have to literally bust through the wall.
Okay, so you're bound to it, and you
we
can't
first go get our
handle
friend in case things go sideways?
Would like to leave?
We just would like to get one more person in here, just in case, like you said, you don't know what'll happen.
He smiles gently to himself and wanders over to the door, or to the tree where you guys entered, and touches it like Misha did. And the door symbol illuminates for you. By all means.
Open the door and yell out, Xylund, get your magnificent ass in here.
Xylund, you do see a door outline shimmer on the trunk, which takes both Misha and the entirety of the group by surprise. Badger looks up at you.
All right, let's go, Badger.
Sister said I wasn't allowed. Don't you remember?
Yeah, well, I'm needed, so we gotta go. I can't back down from my principled stance here, so you're gonna have to come with me. We're gonna have to break down these racist walls.
Kind of shrugs a little, looks at Misha, and just turns her back to the both of you, as if, I'm not watching, so it's okay, kind of thing. If I'm not looking, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And Badger will accompany you to the glowy outline.
So can we just walk there?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's just a tree stride is all it is. So you walk in and then you pop out into the room.
Okay.
Directly next to the archdruids, you get to see him as described. As you come through the door and you see your party there, the archdruid takes one look at Badger and immediately scowls. It goes from a fairly placid expression, which he's had for most of this conversation, to one of immediate just absolutely revulsion at the sight of Badger. And he draws his hand away from the tree, which causes, of course, the door to stop. And storms across to the center behind the fire pit where he was when you first arrived. What is that? And why did you bring it in here? I thought I specifically told Misha to keep it away.
That's a person. You don't call him an it. His name is Badger. And he's a real person.
Real actual human. Real actual living person.
Named after an animal, but point stands.
Badger is still standing next to Xylund. You can kind of hear him demur a little bit, He's like, it's okay. Just don't worry about it. Not having it. Just pissed. Rescind. I rescind everything we discussed. What? You can't follow my rules. I rescind. Go. Take that with you and go.
Damn it.
He doesn't say what that was, so I go and grab the bell and run.
Yeah. I mean, the show was going sideways anyway. Let's just grab the bell.
So as the archdruid strides across the room, putting out his hand to touch the tree, Kern, you make a break and snatch the bell?
Yep.
Alright. Okay, here we go, I guess. Here's the thing. I don't remember how to work this anymore.
We're about to be very
it's the turn order button. Guys, I don't have great initiative.
That's a wonderful thing to bring up.
He doesn't have a battle map
So,
for this.
Kern,
She wasn't
you're-
expecting this to happen.
I don't have bad initiative, but I don't have great initiative.
So, Kern, your plan is basically to instantly teleport us as soon as you can, right?
Yeah, if everybody's cool with going back to Greylock.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
I
that's
went
good.
out.
Better than here.
Yep.
We've got the bell.
Well,
Can you teleport everyone?
that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, the lack of a grid is surprising. Were we not expected to get into combat here?
If
We're
we
not.
weren't, then this.
Damn,
Should
well
kill
done,
us.
squad.
Basically, if Xylund hadn't forced Badger to come in, we
It's
wouldn't
okay.
have been in combat.
Okay.
We're fighting racism.
Yeah,
Alright,
exactly.
We're on the right side of history on this one.
Roll your initiative.
Coming into their house and stealing their shit, because that's not gonna change the rest of the time at all.
Everyone, roll your initiative for me.
So, since I'm doing something that's unexpected.
Want a surprise round?
Look at everybody go.
Look at they were ready. They were prepared. Like we
Woo,
know this
apparently
shit's gonna
so
go
was
down.
Everyone Kern was ready too.
Lily was 100% like tense and ready for this to go south. She knows this party.
You pulled low. Okay. All right. So let's see. Billy, Kern.
Oh.
Island.
One second. Let me
Well,
double check something real quick.
I feel like we're gonna just leave like a hellfire behind for these like poor towns and anything that's nearby.
Yeah.
It'll be
I
fine.
mean, we were doing so good, guys.
You were.
All right. I have everybody needs to get near me.
We're already right by you.
Are
I
you sure
know,
you want to leave all
and
these and just bounce?
So, how many people do we have?
You have well, it's 6 because it is the
Okay,
5 of you
all right.
plus Badger because you don't have Hildreth.
You want to
Hildreth is
abandon
All
one
right.
of the three
Okay,
Badger.
we can all teleport safely then.
Okay, good. Phew.
Sweet.
We could all teleport
Right.
because Twinkie missed the session.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I can tell,
And-
guys.
And we decided not to have him there just in case.
Yeah, that was a good call.
All right. So technically, Xylund, it is your go.
Alright.
Did Kern
I'm
manage
going
to get
to,
the bell before initiative was
Yes.
rolled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He. It's again the platform's not exceptionally large, so especially someone of Kern's height would easily have been able to cross the room and grab the bell before the archer had made it back to the door. Wisdom save. What is the DC?
Oh, I mean, he's a druid, an arch druid, so I'm sure this is going to fail. But DC is 14.
Long shot.
That unfortunately failed.
Yeah, I'm going to, with my bonus action, I guess, draw my sword and just stay close to Kern.
Okay.
I'll sort of drag Badger along with me if I can, too.
Okay. Well, he was standing directly next to you the whole time.
Okay,
Oh.
cool.
Lily, it is technically your turn.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
just trying
hold,
to.
or you can do whatever you want to do.
I think I'm gonna do something pretty dumb, but Xylund already tried to cast Hold Person, so I'm gonna use my one free use of Polymorph that doesn't cost a spell slot thanks to being a Transmutation Wizard, and just try and turn him into I don't know, a fluffy rabbit. Let's see. Let's go.
You're being very aggressive.
Okay.
Technically, he hasn't made any hostile actions. Wait,
No.
can I take that back? He hasn't made any hostile actions, actually.
He has not. The only thing he did was insult Badger. He hasn't actually touched you guys.
Yeah, I'm just can I hold the polymorph for if he does do something? I understand I'll lose it if
I was gonna say you'll
actually
lose
cast
the
it.
spell, but yeah, you can hold it.
Okay, I'm gonna hold Polymorph for any aggressive actions he takes.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. I run back with the bell, get within 5 feet of everybody, turn back, and like, trust us, you're doing the right thing here, and then word of recall.
Yay!
I want to note that as we teleport out, I am throwing up middle fingers to the entire room.
As we're teleporting out, I'm yelling and bowing. We're really sorry.
Okay, so Kern uses his word of recall to your previously designated sanctuary. And where is that, Kern?
That's the Temple of Enaline and Greylock.
Excellent. Okay, so you, including, oh, he did. Yeah, it goes off without a hitch, Lana. You're fine. You can keep your counter spell.
Yeah.
Nothing interrupts you. The spell works exactly as intended. You guys find yourself inside the open air temple of Enaline in the city of Greylock. Mid-morning-ish. So the sun is streaming through. The entire area smells of live fish and dead fish and liquor, as well as smoke from the grill outside as they are preparing for lunch. There is the distinctive sound of ocean waves, the call of men, and the sounds of general industry as much of the docks are still being rebuilt. Much of the harbor is still being rebuilt at this point.
We were actually succeeding at diplomacy.
Why? I mean, I call that a win.
I call that a win too. We got the bell.
The most impulsive thing I've seen you do, Kern, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Yet now we can never, ever go back to that circle ever again. And there's
Were
a
we
good chance
planning on it?
well, there's a good chance that they might actually try to hunt us down now instead of before. They were going to let us go peacefully.
We got a
Well,
boat.
Probably.
Yeah, we're jumping continents, aren't we?
We're a 12th
There-
level. We're a 12th level party. We can take on anything.
We're gods.
Golden gods.
I just really hope this doesn't come to bite us in the ass later on. That's
Oh,
all.
it definitely
I mean,
will.
it probably will,
But
yeah.
by that time, we'll have another 3 or 4 levels. And
What are these levels you keep talking about, Ken?
Oh, it's
wait
actually...
a second. Hold on. I just puke. I'm like, oh, sorry. Like this. It's the first time I've used that, and wow, I'm so disoriented right now.
I think it's referring to this thing that they have in the Argent Order, where they rank people on how good effective they are, in terms of if they're a good soldier, but they're like just starting off, and they might be level 1, but then as you get more experience points, which is why they quantify the amount of experience that you have with combat and stuff like that, you gain more levels. And then as you level up, you unlock other features like the private bathrooms and stuff.
Makes sense. I guess. Is there like some sort of test you have to take to advance a level?
No, you just know.
No, it just randomly happens.
Seems very arbitrary. And how did we determine that we were level 12?
Because we just know.
I feel like I'm a little over halfway to my potential.
Uh-huh.
Hey, if I had to quantify my current level of health out of a random number...
Halfway to my full potential. All right.
Feeling rather concerned about all of you.
Oh, Lily, it's good to have you back.
Yeah, what else is new?
So Badger sort of dusts himself off, sniffs the air. That's a familiar smell. I gotta have some lunch.
Yeah.
Before I
Shouldn't
go,
we-
though, can I have that? And he holds his hand out.
Yeah. I mean, this is the whole point.
Yep.
Right?
Job's done.
Yeah. Just be careful on your way back.
Takes it and puts it in a bag and He puts that bag in another bag, ties up tight, and sticks in one of his mini pouches.
You might also want to put that in an iron box, lead lined if possible.
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Oh, so tell Sia how much of a pain in the ass all of this was, so that because I think I've earned a lifetime's use now after all this.
Wait, she still has my whip.
Oh, we have to go. I should probably go back there too.
Yeah.
We could accompany you home, Badger, if you want to wait around a little bit.
I'm gonna go have some lunch and
All right.
gain myself for a little bit. Maybe sleep in a bed.
Badger, if you'd like, if you don't want to put that in a lead-lined box, I could prevent scrying magics from affecting it for, I think, 8 hours at least.
He taps the secondary bag that he used.
Oh,
Ahead of you.
never mind then.
Not my first rodeo, but I appreciate it.
Stay safe, will you?
And he wanders outside. You can hear his voice raise as he's met with a chorus of other people who are all standing outside the grill, as people tend to do when somebody is grilling. They all congregate. So yeah, you can hear his still not full Badger volume, but a little more jovial than he was earlier in the day, as he starts to shoot the shit with whomever is outside.
Do they have a grill at this temple?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course they do. They grill
cool.
for share. Yeah, Italy obviously got us to the sea, so they when they go on their feeding folks, which is very much something they like to do, they generally just pull from the sea. So whatever catches are too small to sell, or people don't really want, or are in excess, they grill up and they feed not only their parishioners, but any of the poor who might need it. And as you imagine, Greylock is still in very much a disaster zone. There are still quite a few people that are reclaiming themselves after the incident.
Right.
Before we unpack everything that just happened, and Lily's stomach just gives out a really loud rumble. I think we could also, maybe... And she starts staring towards where the smell of fish is coming from. Possibly get some lunch?
See, this is what happens when you skip breakfast. I had potatoes.
It's less the...
Kern just lets out a soft meow.
Lily just glares at him for a second.
Pats runs back. Yeah, sure, let's go.
Alright. Step out into the wider world of Greylock, a place you have not been in quite some time in your wintry adventure among hags and potential vampires. And
You keep bringing up potential vampires. I feel like it's confirmed now.
No, I just like saying it just because you guys crack me up. So we will switch to Greylock picture, assuming I can locate it.
Lily's already staring soulfully at the people grilling, eyes as big and wide as she can make them.
I forgot that we had all this stuff.
Yes.
A little bit of a pout.
As you all have written on the
lower lip.
So you come outside into the wider world of Greylock. The harbor is looking slightly better than the last time you guys were here visiting your ship. But it is still very much in disrepair. There are multiple half-built boats and larger ships in their bays being worked on. The place is incredibly busy. There are obvious dock workers. Then there are those that are more akin to carpenters, and they're slightly better dressed and they seem to be a little more professional. And then there are folks that are clearly of the more piratey persuasion, the more tattooed and generally louder variety of dock worker. And those are the ones that are mostly crowded around the temple. specifically the grill. Some of them are hauling fish, 2 of them are cooking it, they're setting up tables. Alcohol is clearly going to be a thing as massive barrels are being rolled in from further on down the docks to be hoisted up and ready to go. Plates and mugs and everything are being fetched and put in loose stacks as they seem to be ramping up for some type of communal lunch. Here and there you see folks in robes of silvery green and light blue colors. They are also very heavily tattooed generally, and some are decorated with little bits of sea flotsam, basically little bits of coral, little bits of seashell, little bits of what you would generally find washed up on a beach. It's all fairly natural. There's not a whole lot of worked metal or anything among this group. It's very Kalashan in that respect. But they are vastly outnumbered by the louder, stronger, hungrier, tattooed variety of faithful that are setting up. But it is definitely a very different vibe from what you've been living for the past week or so.
Yeah, I guess we'll also try to get in line for the fish.
Lily is already in line, and for a picture of her face right now, just see Discord.
Oh no, okay. Aww. Boots. It's more of a gaggle than a line. Like people just kind of grab their plate, sort of show up. But there is a cleric there to kind of direct traffic and maintain order. He's a younger guy with sort of sandy blonde hair. He's sort of, again, just trying to herd, not to use the phrase, but trying to herd cats effectively. As folks sort of swing in and they grab their fish and they're directed over to where the ale barrels are, and there's a couple of people doling that out too. And there's these massive long tables. Everything is communal here. And these guys have, there's no real like cool kids table or anything like that. It is all very open, very communal. There don't seem to be many strangers among this group. Everyone is friends with everyone. If they don't know your name, they give you one. It is very much a different scene than what some of you may be used to.
These people know us, right? Like, we worked with them when we were saving Greylock.
Yes. Kern's been down here a couple of times. Xylund was down here. You guys have come through. Whether or not they remember you is one thing entirely. But yeah,
you hell of a thing.
Yeah, you have run into several of them more easily.
Aren't we also like minorly famous in Greylock because
you are
Stanley's plays?
You are minorly famous in Greylock because of Stanley's plays.
That Lily gave him a lot of new material for.
Yes.
Mainly between Xylund and Kern.
Yeah, a lot of fan fiction rolling around. Stanley has been spreading your name. You are the Saviors of Greylock, which is a fact that is reinforced as you collect your plates and your ale, and you find places, sit, and you are slowly recognized by this gaggle of mostly men have gathered to eat and take a break from the morning sun. There's a lot of clapping on backs and we got celebrities here and lots of jokes about how this is their fanciest food, and if you don't like it, they could send out for something more posh for like you, which always gets a big roar of laughter. A lot of drinks spilling. Some of these gentlemen appear to be very deep into their cups, even though it is fairly early in the day. But the ones that are more sober anyway do make a point to sort of pepper each of you with fanboy-esque questions about some of the exploits that they might have heard of or been lucky enough to get tickets to see at the most latest rendition.
Wait, what? There's plays now?
Yes. Plays have begun to pop up at some of the more upscale inns and the tickets are apparently fairly exclusive and rather expensive because
we have an Avatar episode where we just see our own
next one. I need to go see that.
So yes, you get peppered by questions about what it was like to face down a red dragon and how you possibly survived, and it couldn't have gone the way it went down in the show, right?
How'd it go down in the show?
Well, apparently...
You mean the child murdering we did?
Yes. Apparently...
Ted, I pointed my helmet. This is its skull.
Oh, that just gets... Oh, everyone is, a couple of people kind of give you a sideways glance looking at, like, the size of the skull. But
I shrunk it down with magic.
Nobody says anything, and the ones that don't notice, or at least don't outwardly notice, yes, you get... As you sort of piece together from the overlapping babble of the crowd, again, mostly younger men. From the way it actually happened, the play says that this was an ancient red dragon that you fought, that you were actually accosted by kobolds and dragged to the ancient red dragon's lair, and you were set to be sacrificed to it, but instead you cut yourselves free. It was Davynn who actually cut you free in the play. You cut yourselves free, and that while Kern rode the dragon, as in got on the dragon's back, held its jaws open, was Xylund who used his mighty sword to hold the beast's mouth open, while Lana and Lily and eviscerated it, like ripped out its heart and came out its belly. That's how the play depicts this happening.
Lily leans over to Lana. It's like, I don't actually remember anything about any dragon, do you?
No, not at all. She was really friendly, actually. She gave me a coin.
Red dragon.
Oh.
It's the one that we killed when it was a baby.
Well,
Don't mention that.
You killed a baby dragon?
How dare you?
Why would you do that? You monster!
It seemed like a good
we were
idea at the
level
time.
1.
It's a baby!
Level 1.
How could you?
No, yes, it went exactly like that. Oh,
Yeah.
God. I can just remember back to that day and how afraid we all were, but we got through with the power of bravery and friendship. Also, how is it that we could have gotten overpowered by kobolds in this play and then still killed an ancient dragon? His writing makes no sense.
No, it really doesn't.
I'm assuming
To be fair, we
subterfuge
did
and
actually
likely.
fight an ancient red dragon,
I'm
but it was like in a memory with like a crazy barbarian lady as well.
Yeah.
actually
So
assuming.
he's not completely wrong.
Well, I'm assuming that the kobold bit was probably subterfuge, maybe soporifics. Put you.
Yes, we were totally not captured by kobolds and had to go rescue people.
Yeah.
And a couple people are actually like latching onto that. So, yeah, because I had a bet with my buddy that you got captured on purpose, because there's no way those little rat guys could possibly take on a team that could rip out a dragon heart.
Yep, definitely. On purpose. It's one of our standard gambits. Don't go around telling anybody about that. That's your little secret now, right? Right, buddy?
Got a lot of laughs and applause for that. So it's this crew sort of ebbs and flows, and they come in, they get their food, they get their drink. The ones that are interested enough do sort of cluster around you, and the ones that are like, oh yeah, it's those dudes, You're clearly recognized by everyone who comes by, but it's only a select few that actually like attach and go fanboy.
Yeah.
So easily an hour goes by where this crowd is just not letting you go. It's every time you try to make an excuse to step away or whatever, there's a new fresh face asking you the same stupid questions over and over again.
I would love to stay and talk to every single one of you personally. It's just, we've got some other business to get to. Hero stuff. You know how it goes with us. Yeah.
And that doesn't really, it is very difficult. So it does take a while to detach, but you are brought plenty of drinks. You are brought plenty of food. Definitely
Lily's
more
okay
than your
then.
fair share. Yeah, you are lavished with attention and food. Even some of the clerics come by to just sort of like touch base and just to see if it's really you or if it's these guys going nuts over nothing. But eventually you can break away if you would like to.
Wow, that was exhausting.
I learned some things today.
Yeah?
I don't know. That's something right there.
Is that what I used to do to people when I fanboyed over them? Like that one guy from the Argent Order?
Well, there was only one of you.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, sure, it's easier to get away from one person, but it's still the same general concept. I mean, no, you absolutely didn't do that, Davynn, no!
Never.
Oh, okay, good. I was worried for a second there.
I feel like she just got a strong glare from both Kern and Lana at that point.
Which is, I'm assuming that's what happened, which is why she immediately backtracked.
Yeah.
Is there
Going
anything else
to
we want
drug
to do?
that from Kern and Lana.
Because, I really want to go see one of these plays now, personally.
Me too.
Yes, same. Only to, note down what egregious lies are being
you'd
told,
like to do?
and not for the telling romance of the season. I think Xylund had a good point, though. We should really go visit Stanley and see if we can get a cut of the profits.
I don't think that's the case, because he's gonna be like, you're gonna, in order to do that. I just don't know. The last time we went and talked to him, he made some really good points, and we ended up walking away being like, keep writing those books.
Yeah, you did.
Okay,
That was great.
This has gotten out of hand though. Now there's theatrical productions and stuff.
I mean, it's always
We
worth
know
a
what
shot.
he's going to do now, so we can just...
He's probably making enough money to not even have to be in the Urgent Order anymore. He's probably started his own business.
Probably.
I think it's worth a shot, don't you? Is that yes, Lana?
At the very least, we can score tickets for the play, probably.
Yeah, we're not
exactly.
paying to go
Free
see our own goddamn play.
Free tickets. Let's go find Stanley.
Yes.
So we're gonna...
While Lily is arguing so furiously for this, she's writing something down and not letting anybody see it.
Oh, by the way, Lily,
Yes?
we've been kind of busy with other stuff, so we weren't able to mention this, but we have a thing that we think you would be interested in. We found it in a hag lair. I think it's called a Sphere of Annihilation.
I would be very interested in seeing this, yes.
Wait, no, Orb of Destruction.
Still interested?
Unfazed.
I can hand it off to you when we're not in public and stuff.
Oh, yes, of course. Perhaps tonight, once we have lodging situated.
Oh, actually, I had the plans. Yeah. Actually, tonight works.
Her eyes just narrow at that. Perhaps you might want to have a couple conversations before you enact any plans.
I'm behind Lily, miming, if you need me to distract her, I'm good for that.
One second. I'm gonna roll on this. If I do this turn.
Nope,
That'd be
nothing.
Yes.
Nothing.
All right. Well, she is at least going to ramp up the death glare by at least tenfold.
Okay.
You know what? I think my plans were canceled. I think we could totally go over the orb stuff. Don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill you. I just want you to,
Hey guys, where are we going?
Stanley.
Stanley.
Yeah, track down Stanley.
Lana's done, apparently.
Squeeze some tickets out of him.
Okay, so
And some
headed to go see Stanley at Barrelhawk.
Yes, I love how this is our first stop. I love it.
So you make your way across the city, which is not doing too terrible. The streets aren't as packed. Again, you are still on the sort of the lower class side of the bridge. But even so, you don't have quite the crowds that you're used to seeing. A lot of people still seem to be fairly nervous about being out and about. It doesn't have the chill atmosphere of the docks that you just left. There's still a bit of a tension that sort of runs through the group as you make your way to the Argent Order, which will require you to cross a bridge to get to the old part of the city. And normally the bridges are guarded by at least two. They tend to be temple guards of one of the temples. They do rotate. Sometimes it's the Argent Order themselves, but not often. It's usually a rotating shift of temple guards. In this case, there are 5 on this bridge, and they all seem to come from Rildus. Every single one of them. Judging by the gold trim to their capes and the elaborate options also in gold upon their armor. It's very difficult to miss a temple guard of Rildus.
Lily hides behind Kern.
Yeah, I'll take the lead. Let me take the lead on this one, guys. So
On what? Talking to Stanley?
No, getting past these guards.
Oh, okay. Wait.
I will just march
Church
right
of
through the middle of them.
guards. 5 of them.
Looking. Pardon?
I was Michael
Davynn,
at
are you-
BRB, so
Yeah.
he didn't hear the fact that we were blocked by like 5 guards at Church of
Oh,
Rildus.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yes, those guys.
So yeah, I'll just walk out front and, give them a sharp nod with my best soldierly bearing.
Still
and
wearing
sort of
your
dare
helmet.
them. Yeah, I'm still wearing my helmet.
All right.
Basically daring them to fucking stop me.
The lead guard, who seems to be the oldest of the group, probably creeping up on 50. He doesn't have the very elaborate helmets that the other guards have. Most guards of Rildus have like winged helmets, almost Valkyrie style, and they're all trimmed in gold. Like, it's very difficult to miss a guard of Rildus. He doesn't wear that. Instead, he's got a very thin sort of gold circlet on his head instead, which is also a mark of station in the Church of Rildus, as well as more fringy on his cape. They're very big into fringe and gold in Rildus. So he stands chest to chest with you for a moment. He looks like he's trying to peer past the visor.
I'll try to make my eyes glow more.
Just really bear down, try to make your eyes glow more.
Play a game of chicken with the guard.
And then takes in the group as a whole, his gaze falling on each of you momentarily. Says, "You are the saviors, right?"
I'm
We
Commander
didn't have to do
Xylund.
it.
Yeah, we're the saviors.
Been expecting you. I'm glad you've returned. How long have you been in the city?
About an hour.
You got past the front gate?
Yes.
Magic.
Well, I know him blessings.
Glad to see you safe. Your presence has been requested. I don't think they're expecting you, though. Leave the city again, now that you're here, and we'll certainly escort you to your destination. Where were you headed?
Wait, what?
Have you-
We were requested by who?
Council.
Who?
Council. Temples.
Council.
What council?
Council of the ruling members of each temple in
Yeah.
the city.
Well, we were just gonna stop off to see a friend first.
We'll take you.
No, that's
Where?
fine. All right.
I mean, probably go. There's a. What was he? Was he like a lieutenant in like Cat's
Stanley?
brigade? Yeah,
Stanley worked for Cat.
yeah. But what was his official title? Because we don't
Yeah,
want to like.
I'm not sure that he had one. He was an agent for Cat.
There's a
We're
dude
looking
in the Argent
for.
Order.
Yeah, we're looking for one of the scouts in the Argent Order under Commander.
Cat is a captain.
Yeah, or under Captain Cat.
Ah. Oh. Or hold. Not a problem. And he just a gloved hand, big chainmail gloved hand. One of the younger guards with his flashy helmet steps forward. We'll take you.
I don't doubt that. I mean, we can
Please.
walk ourselves. But...
Your orders.
Okay, that's a little weird, but if you guys wouldn't mind, we'd appreciate it if you stayed outside when we get there.
Sure, that's
It's a
fine.
personal matter.
Understand.
Yeah.
I'd have you back in the city. And he very smartly steps to one side, and the younger guard salutes all of you, hand to chest and bows, and waits for you to walk past so he can walk with you. Just a little short guy in his helmet.
Okay. Is this
He's-
weird, guys?
Starts heading for the hold.
This is weird, right?
A little bit, but also maybe this is just what famous is like.
I don't like it.
Almost whimpering behind Kern now. Still has yet to let go of his shoulder.
I give her shoulder a squeeze and it'll be all right.
Lily, it's fine. I openly magic in the city at this point.
As you head to the hold, you're golden gods. You head to the hold. Again, you're in the old part of the city now, so this is the wealthier part of the city. Everything's got that sort of slightly iridescent cast to it from the stone, which is somewhat intact, but there's also large areas of kind of a gray splotchiness to it in some of the pillars and statues, even some of the cobblestones. It seems like the color's almost been leached out of it. It's a fairly bizarre sight, giving it kind of a piebald look. The people on this side of the river recognize you a little more readily. Few that are out and about. You seem to be more recognizable by sight over here. And the guard doesn't really deviate. He takes the straightest path to the hold, going down the little side street, past the massive oaks, to the hold itself, which has 4 guards, all Argent Order, and 2 that are sitting above in sort of the watchtowers that are just behind the fence of the hold.
Okay.
And they too sort of snap to attention when you arrive. And the little baby real discard gives them a salute as well. It's all very, very formal and very military, as there's some sort of ritualized handoff of you guys when you arrive. And one of theirs takes you inside. One of the 4 guards of the Argent Order opens the door for you and takes you inside. Your business today?
Do you happen to know where Stanley is?
Stanley. Minister?
He works for Captain Cat.
Captain Mayfair.
And at that, the guard's face changes almost immediately, and he starts to grin. That Stanley. Yes.
Yeah.
He's in the Seeker's Hut. I'd be happy to take you.
Please.
please.
Lily's just kind of saying this, poking her head around Kurt.
Can I get an insight check on this guard to see if he knows exactly why we're here?
Feel free. Feel free. I will roll. Oh God. Okay. Feel free.
I feel like this guy's not trying to hide it very much. If he does know.
Okay. He may not know the exact nature of your business, but he apparently knows the exact nature of Stanley's business. Yeah, I'm sure he's aware of the relationship between you and Stanley, in as much as Stanley does write about you, and apparently has very definite opinions on Stanley, most of them humorous. So he again, and see, when you mention Stanley, in addition to him sort of, appearing to nearly laugh, as he escorts you to the Seeker's Hut, which is a building actually in the back around the blacksmith shop. He even walks in a more relaxed manner. Like it becomes less of a formal affair and more just giving a dude directions kind of thing. He still doesn't chat with you or anything like that, but he does. There's a definite lessening of tension around him as he takes you to the Seeker's quarters. The Seeker's Hut is true to its name. It is a very, very small building. It's actually set into the wall of Barenhold. And he opens the door for you, and inside there is literally a table, 3 chairs, and a stove in the corner.
And Stanley?
No, there's no one inside. But the guard sort of like taps the side of his nose and points at the floor, the far end of the building itself. In one corner, you can see the barest outline of a hatch.
Yeah, I see.
And then he shuts, make sure you all are escorted inside, and then shuts the door behind you. The only thing lighting this whole place is one half-dim lamp that hangs from a hook next to the door. Without him pointing it out, it would be very difficult to see the hatch.
So before we go further, is anybody else completely unnerved by the fact that it was entirely the Church of Rildis escorting us everywhere?
Not really. They're associated with the Argent Order, so...
Yes, but they weren't supposed to be escorting us to the Argent Order. They were supposed to be escorting us to the Council of the Churches. And I don't know about you, Davynn, but the Argent Order doesn't really like people like me. I'm
openly magic right now, and if they're gonna try to persecute us for that, then let them try.
They're generally very successful at that.
I mean...
Yeah, but they haven't tried to persecute me recently.
And pissing off Sally is probably not on there. They probably fear her more than they hate magic.
Don't know about that.
Well, they should.
Yeah.
Oh, they should. I just don't know if they do.
Yeah.
We'll teach them
But
to.
Point noted. Well, I ain't let anything happen to you or Davynn, Lily.
Lily smiles and just pats him on his, armored shoulder. Has to reach up a little to do so.
Okay. Well, should we go to Stanley's secret writing room?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay. So flipping open the hatch, which again, very simple. It is pretty light and well oiled, so it doesn't make any noise as you lift it up. There's only a single ladder going down. The hatch itself is fairly small. A single person can get in and out at a time.
Lily scampers down the ladder.
The earthen walls are pretty close, but you'll be all right. Coming down the ladder, Lily, you land into almost like an anthill style building. The single hallway seems to branch out in a million different directions. They all lead to little rooms and little bolt holes. Some have open doors, some have shut doors. You can hear there's a constant murmur of voices, but it's hard to see people. The light level is very low in the hall itself, but you can see rooms whose doors are either opened or cracked, where there's a lot more light coming through. It's all artificial light, it's firelight, things like that. There's no sunlight down here. You can tell from the kind of the cast of the color, these are lamps or they're open flames that's lighting everything down here. So it has a very warm quality to it, with all the different fires burning. Yeah, it feels very close and kind of claustrophobic between the small tunnelways and the heat that's given off, plus the murmur of the people. It's very much like being inside an anthill or a beehive.
Now, if I was Stanley, now where would I be?
Hey, Stanley!
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Stanley, it's us!
Lily, can Lily use thaumaturgy to raise Davynn's voice, or can it only work on her?
Thaumaturgy, I think, is just your own voice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Lily is then going to use thaumaturgy to raise the volume of her voice and booming out, Stanley!
You hear several doors like simultaneously open. You can hear as they hit the earthen wall. Little faces begin to peer out of rooms, and the buzz, the ever-present buzz, rises to a fevered pitch. Eventually, someone does come barreling around one of the corners to the main hall where you guys are clustered around this ladder. The younger woman, probably no more than 17 or 18. Her hair is clipped very, very close, dark hair. She's got kind of a pixie cut. In extremely simple clothing, just tunic. She would be mistaken for a peasant on any other street, or a farmer, just judging by what she wears. And she comes wheeling around the corner and scurrying up to you, making very little noise as she does so. Can I help you?
Hi, yes, sorry, we're here to see Stanley? He's a
No,
friend
turn
of
off the voice thing.
Oh, sorry. Cancel thaumaturgy. Sorry about that. And sorry about the noise and the bother. We're here to see Stanley. He's a friend of ours.
Yes, Stanley. He is down here. You're the saviors, right?
We've heard that called. Yes, people have called us that. Yes.
That's amazing. Okay. Yes, Stanley's this way. Follow me. Let's stick close. It's really easy to get lost down here.
Oh, of course.
So she does.
But also, it seems like you already know me. But also, I'm Davynn from Whitfeld. Hi.
Why does it feel like it's been forever since we've heard Davynn say that?
He hasn't introduced himself. He introduced himself to the innkeep in Magrain as Davynn from Whitfeld. So yeah, he still does introduce himself as Davynn from Whitfeld. And she glances over his shoulder. She says, "I'm Rose. This way, guys."
Lovely to meet you, Rose.
She does kind of whip you around, and she has very quick, very quiet little footfalls, and it does take a few twists and turns. Moving as quickly as she can. The few rooms that you pass that have their doors open, you're able to see inside. They appear to be small strategy rooms. You'll see lots of pictures and maps on the wall, and small clusters of 2 to 3 people discussing things around a table, and others seem to be small living quarters, almost priest cell-like. Just absolute bare necessity in there. Not that any of the Argent Order's lodging is particularly spacious. These are actually worse off. But she does whip you around a few fairly short hallways until you get to a very tiny cluster of rooms at a dead end, and she goes to the center one of 3, just raps on the door very quickly, barely audible. A familiar voice. Yeah, And Rose says again, very quickly, very clipped, "You have visitors, Stanley." "Oh. Okay."
I love your voice for Stanley, by the way.
Thank you. I love my Stanley voice too.
Matter of fact, like, oh, okay. I guess this is how it is.
So Rose kind of like presses herself against the earthen wall to get by you guys, sort of apologizing under her breath as she skitters along, and then she's gone. And a couple minutes goes by before the door opens.
While we're waiting, as soon as Rose leaves, Lily just mutters to the group, "Why do I feel like she's a lot more dangerous than she portrays herself as?"
I mean, possibly.
I mean, we are in a secret underground base.
I would assume that the
cat.
average level of badass is up.
Average level of badass. These people are probably halfway to their full potential too.
So Stanley,
So the door opens, and there's Stanley. He's got his breeches. He's got sort of an undershirt going on. He's got suspenders. He's got his hat. You can see his ever-present writing pad and pencil are tucked into his belt. No boots, just this hole. He's got big woolly socks with a hole in the top of one of them. His room is a little larger than some of the others. He actually has room enough for a desk and 2 chairs, but other than that, it's
for them to give him a desk.
Yeah, he's got a desk and 2 chairs, which is surrounded with papers. He's got stacks of papers everywhere. His bed is covered in papers. You can see the tips of his fingers have ink stains, black ink stains on them. But it's not, it's still not overly large. It is very much a washing basin, a bed, and then his desk and 2 chairs, and everything else is just papers and mess. Then he opens it and kind of hooks a hand into his suspenders there. "Oh, I should have been more specific. Welcome back."
Wonderful to see you, Stanley.
Room in here.
It's okay.
Opens the door a little wider, wanders in. He sits down at the table at his desk. The other table is in the corner. It's actually behind the door. When he sits down, he takes out his pad and he sets it down on the desk and puts his pen or his pencil on top of it. He's waiting to write something down and motions for you to shut the door behind you. What do I owe? This visit from such esteemed members of Greylock's citizenry.
We want to see a play.
Want to see a play?
One of the plays that came from the stories you wrote.
Oh. Opus, I see. Okay. Heard about that, have you?
Yes, we were
It's
hoping
apparently the talk of the town.
That's my understanding.
We were hoping you could provide us tickets.
Oh. I don't have any on. And he makes a show of like patting down his undershirt, even though he clearly has no pockets.
Silent,
Did you know the truth?
As soon as we came in the door, I was
Okay. Okay, zone of truth. Fair enough. Fair enough. He's awake for this all session.
Sir, please.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, are you aware? That's still my favorite bit. So he makes this great theatrical show, like patting down his shirt, even though it clearly has no pockets. I don't have any on me, or at all.
Did he succeed or fail on his saving throw?
Is it it's a charisma saving throw? I thought it was a wisdom.
Oh damn, he's probably great at that.
He is good at charisma, but not with that roll. He's not. Your DC for that is the same, 14.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, there's no way.
So does he actually not have any tickets on him?
Clearly has no tickets. Yeah, he is telling the truth. He has no tickets.
Would you be able to get possibly tickets for us? I mean,
that's
it's
a possibility.
It's your production. Surely you.
It's not. He puts up both hands. The pencil's still in one of them. It is, but it's not. I just sell them. I'm not one of those. I don't do the theater thing. That's a cleric's business or a bard's business. That's not my business. I am the font of genius from which the words come. And then once they're on the page, they're no longer my concern. I set them free, as any good parent would.
Yeah, but in that same metaphor, we are your muses, and
well, kind of are.
What do you mean kind of?
You're using our likenesses to sell your shit. How much money are you making?
That a savvy businessman like you would not have made some sort of deal that would benefit you from all this.
Oh, well, I sell, and at fair market value, he waggles his pencil. Fair market value. My works of genius. That is accurate. I think that's only fair.
So brass tacks, how much are you making per week from your writings?
Well, it's more of a per piece sort of thing. And then I go around and I collect royalties from the very reputable locations that choose to put on my productions.
On average.
You do have a hand in this.
Can't say I'm not that great with money.
Do I have to turn you upside down and physically shake you to see what falls out? How much are you making? And do you not think that we're entitled to some of that as your inspiration? Since we are, in fact, living, breathing people who you're basing your works on. You're basically riding on our coattails. We saved the city and you're making all this money. That doesn't seem fair.
Really? What I do want to ask you on that subject, and he waggles his pencil again, and he pulls his pad a little closer. As saviors of the city, how do you feel about the council wanting to summon you to their presence?
Don't answer that.
What's that about anyway?
We feel pretty good about it, honestly.
I played the fifth.
Don't answer it, Davynn.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's a fairly valid question that people want to know.
They clearly do.
Why? What are they summoning us for anyway? What's all that about?
You don't know.
We've only been in town.
How did you get into town? That's an excellent question. We didn't know you were here.
So
we rode in on an invisible dragon.
It would be better if you made that part up, because anything that we tell you probably won't be as fantastical as you can make it out to be. And if you can continue to give us not too much info or kickback, keep enough to keep your living, but every once in a while throw us the bone.
He writes in his pad.
No. We need to establish some kind of. We need to set down terms, some kind of regular set of payments. We need to get an accountant involved to oversee his earnings and stuff, and then divvy up how much we're owed. This all needs to be set down.
If we do that, then all of a sudden, Cat will probably get wind of this and shut this whole thing down. So.
Cat knows. Cat already knows.
Cat not know?
I mean,
Cat probably knows. He does. He agrees. Cat probably knows.
But then, it's not. People know that she knows that she knows, and then that's when problems start.
We don't have to involve Cat at all. This is going to be just like I've got a whole temple of bean counters at my beck and call. We just have to take them to the Grennan temple and get them to sort all this shit out, write out a contract for us, and then that seems like and then we won't have to come in here bothering you all the time and knocking shit off your desk. I knock shit off his desk.
So he picks up his pad after you deface his desk. He picks up his pad and his pencil, and he's okay. And he starts to tick off items that he's written down. Just like, so I've got the summary of this conversation. Kickbacks.
A bingo sheet that he has.
What you owe. Accountants, a temple at your beck and call, and cat shouldn't know.
We didn't say that. We did not say that.
Strikes out the last one. And make maybe 5 silvers a week. Maybe.
That does not seem... We're going to have to go to one of these productions and see what kind of prices you're charging and like how many people are attending and stuff, and then maybe we'll just...
Point in fact, he said he's not in charge of the productions, which means he's not in charge of the prices.
He did say he gets royalties, though.
Do nods. I can tell you where the next show is. You're welcome to attend. I invite the criticism. I do. I truly do. Maybe not here, but in general. As a matter of fact, I'm particularly proud of this, but I wouldn't say it's as good as Red Dragon Rampage, which I still consider to be my finest work, but this one is good as well.
I had some questions about that one. How is it that you expected us to get captured by kobolds, but then take down an ancient red dragon?
Well,
I assumed that they drugged us.
No. It was spears. But see, in the literary world, we call that a plot device. It was simply a way to transport you from one location to another, and it gave me a great excuse to have kobolds, which we don't usually see on the stage.
Okay, but don't get me wrong, I understand what a plot device is. Trust me, I understand what a plot device is. But also, you kind of gotta be a bit more creative about it, because first of all, it's kind of portraying kobolds in negative light, in that they're always gonna be the villains, and it's not really representation if you're portraying them as that negative stereotype.
No, but they're an after effect. I mean, the show is about the dragon, and when that heart comes out, and we've got all the secretions. I mean, I've seen it. They did a wonderful job. They've got this whole dragon, and then the heart comes out, and it's got all this gore, and it's amazing. What they did with the dragon is it's about the special effects. People are there to see the special effects. It's about butts in seats. It's not about how the kobolds are portrayed. That's not what people want to see. It's about the razzle dazzle of the dragon, which is why I think you'll like tonight's production, especially.
Right. But did you ask the kobolds about that? Okay, hold on. Actually, yes, I would love to see Razzle Dazzle. What's tonight's production? We'll come back to the kobold discussion.
Okay, he gets very excited. Tonight's production is called Mole People Attack. And I based it on... And then he stops himself. That's not important. But what is important...
I need to hear this. What did you base it on? Because the only thing I can think of was when Lana turned into a mole.
Okay, it was based on that report, but that's not important. What is important is I took that report.
Wait. So there's like official reports of stuff that were... Do you have people tailing us the entire time?
I don't have people tailing you the entire time.
Does Cat have people tailing us the entire time?
To be fair, we also do tell pretty much everybody everything that happens ever. Always.
Oh, I have no idea what you mean.
It's just... I knew I was right. And this is justification. I always felt like people were watching us.
It's not my place to discuss the methods of the Seekers of Greylock. But I would not be surprised if there were a small group of those who were skilled in the divination arts and might have a collection of water somewhere here and mirrors. But that's not important. What is important is the play is based upon that particular adventure, and I think you will enjoy it. And I do happen to know that it is playing at the Golden Swallow, which, as you know, is your usual hangout. I purposefully suggested to the theater manager you choose that location. Now, I didn't know you would be here quite so soon. I imagine it would have a longer run, so on and so forth. But for you, I made that happen. And spreads his hands like, ah?
Magnanimously spread.
Exactly. To see what I do for you.
Oh God, I love it.
Okay. So
Alright.
we'll go see that play, and then we'll talk about kickbacks afterwards.
Kickbacks.
The
I
underlines.
don't think kickbacks is the right term. I think lawfully owed royalties.
Oh no, I got the part about you thinking I owe you some. I got that right here, and he points to it in his notebook. What we are owed. Got that part.
Okay, good. Also, this council business, what's all that about?
Ah. You don't know. What's that worth to you?
Nothing! You already owe us!
If I tell you I don't owe you anymore, I swear.
God, no. No.
Oh gosh.
But also, it would go a decent way to not I don't know about decent, but like at some way to making it you owe us less.
So guys, we can just go there and find out what they want.
Oh yes, you should go there and find out.
It'd
Oh,
be
but I
nice to
wanna know
what we're walking
first.
into. Yeah, exactly. How about we waive a week of royalties?
A week
If
of
you tell us.
royalties.
Yes.
You promise.
Yeah, we're writing a week of royalties off.
You swear on her grace.
Yeah.
Wow, that's probably the most serious.
How much are you making per week? Jesus. This
Told you.
I mean,
I
Gretchen.
told you. I told you. I told you.
You didn't give us a specific number.
5
He said
silver.
about 5 silver.
5 silver is his royalties.
I thought that's what he was willing to pay us a week.
No, that's how much he made a week.
Oh, that's how much he
Approximately.
makes a week. Oh, okay.
That's not bad. Yeah. I mean, he's not making all that.
That it's average income. That would be considered a high middle income.
Yeah, that's not.
I thought
sorry.
that this was like blowing up, and he was doing amazingly.
Well, he is in his estimation. Like that he went from making $8 an hour to making $20 an hour, basically. So for him, it's amazing, but for you guys, not so much.
I mean, do you guys really
Also, we
think-
can go to this play and see if he's actually getting swindled out of money.
Yeah, maybe we can work out a better deal for him.
Yeah.
Seriously though, guys, do you think that if he was making as much as you thought he was making, he'd still be living here?
I mean, he has a pretty cool job.
Yeah, it
does.
could be
Yeah.
like an undercover playwright. I want to be an undercover playwright now.
Stanley,
Will
you're
that
so
be our
cool.
next thing?
Oh my god, he did it again! This always happens every conversation.
Stanley is your nemesis. I love it. I love Stanley is your nemesis.
Like most of the party comes in guns blazing while the rest of the party doesn't care, and then at the end of it, it's like, "Oh, Stanley, you're so cool," and we walk away.
So after this conversation, he keeps his notepad open, of course. He's like, "Golden Swallow. Go to the Golden Swallow. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to have you." Then you can see a genius on display.
Right, but the council.
Council wants to see you. Now I shouldn't be telling you this because I read it at the same time that I read the other report, but
Other report?
I read lots of reports. It's not important.
What, is it important? Huh?
No. He starts to write that one down and then he starts to scratch it out. No, it's not.
You know what? I could be a playwright if I wanted to. Know me?
Sort of nods, like, "Oh, yeah, sure, buddy." There's been a division in the council. One that's been there for a long time, you understand. You're not the cause of it, but the factions that are not perhaps the most supportive of Her Grace have expressed concerns that she may not be fit to rule after the incident, capital I incident. And they are searching for testimony for those that can shed light on her mental and physical status.
So
Oh.
what you're saying is we should probably have testimony prepared to give and in a good way and be expected to basically be interrogated.
Oh wow, or we should just avoid that scene altogether. Like, I can't stand that kind of pressure.
Not to
Like the
mention-
fate of.
I'm not sure you'll be able to avoid it overly long. Are rather insistent and have been looking for you for some time, but we're unable to find you. They weren't able to find you. We were able to find you, but still, our reports had you out weeks.
Yeah. And I just give him a wink.
He writes something in his notebook. He doesn't read this one out loud. He just sort of jots it down to himself. Now that you're here, you should be aware that large organizations with very scary people at the heads of them all would like to sit down and have a nice long chat with you all.
Yeah.
I am very uncomfortable with this, but
I feel like we're already in a committed relationship, though, with certain other powers. We'll figure it out. Thanks for the heads up, Stanley.
Nods and then he looks at you directly. Kern, aren't you a priest?
I just kind of shrug.
And looks over at Xylund. Same question?
Yeah, what's your point?
None at all.
Are you saying I
Picks up
should
his
call
notebook.
on
He
the powers?
Just looks at his notebook and mouths the word "temple at my beck and call."
All right. Yeah, maybe we should go to the Temple of Grennan before we go to the council and see if I can pull some levers to, I don't know what.
He kind of laughs. You realize it was the council of, or the Temple of Grennan that called for the council.
What, they're against Nasali?
Seemed to be.
I just kind of give him a look like, you were looking for another god. Maybe this is a sign.
Grennan,
Good time.
Ildis, well, I say Nenemeth, but really it's the Church of Daralai speaking for Nenemeth.
You're saying that Grennan and Rildis are teaming up?
Yes.
Rildis is a bunch of nerds.
Hey,
They don't believe she has the... Oh, you truly didn't go through the front gate, did you? It's like he suddenly had a bolt from the blue. You didn't walk through the front gate.
What's at the front gate?
Orhem is at the front gate.
Oh.
All of Orhem is at the front gate.
Are we under siege?
Not yet.
These goddamn... Oh my god.
They've been seen in the city. Some of their muckety mucks under escort by Rildis.
oh, that's not good.
Do you remember Gil, that little kid we used to travel with? Have you seen him around?
Actually, now that you mention it, no. He used to. You'd see him everywhere. He would come to the... he came to the hold a lot to talk to Kat, I think. And I was always excused. And whatever that meeting was, she didn't write it down, so I didn't know what happened.
Sorry.
Do you think perhaps the Church of Rildis and maybe Grennan are on the side of Orem?
It would make sense.
Maybe.
No, of course they wouldn't be. The Church of Rildis is better than that.
The Church of Rildis is full of people who...
Wait.
Those who
Oh,
practice magic.
Stop. We'll have this discussion.
Yeah. Good call.
Because I see Stanley just writing down.
Yeah, exactly. Stanley has not stopped taking notes. Like every time you guys open your mouth, he jots down a word or two. Some of them he says out loud, and some of them he doesn't.
I'll knock some more shit off his desk before we leave.
And more papers go flying.
As everybody leaves.
Is there like parts of a script already written out on something that I can see?
Whatever his organization system is doesn't seem to be terribly coherent. It probably makes sense to him, but now that all his papers are scattered everywhere, it's just sort of odds and sods of things. A lot of it is scratched out. Like he doesn't work in a clean way. So you do see bits and parts of a script, but it appears most of it's been rejected. There's that script was, judging from the crossy outy bits, There's another
too much
one
like
where,
Jack Dangerous.
I guess, yeah. There's another one where Lana, for whatever reason, has been captured by an elf and is slowly turning gray.
I mean, that's not technically wrong.
She is also gray to begin with.
That is true.
Turning grayer. Turning dark gray, you should say.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're all just sort of the beginnings of stories.
And
They all sort of mimic the things that you guys have done with some major artistical flair.
as everybody walks out, Lily's gonna hang back just a little bit, and ask him first. So the stuff the information I gave you last time, did you find it useful, perhaps?
Of course, I find all information useful. You'll enjoy tonight's performance, I promise.
I did.
Yes.
I did jot down a little bit on our latest adventure that I think you might be able to use as well. And it's basically
More than happy to take a look.
it's basically a whole lot about like when Kern shouted out to Xylund to get his magnificent ass inside the Archdruid's like tree, but just like really, you were talking about artistic license, like it's like that to the max. And she just kind of like hands it over, just like looking furtively at the door in case anybody's like glancing back in. I hope you can use this.
Oh. Eerie, I think.
I think we lost Derry.
Oh.
It's a shame. I'm sure that he could use it.
Oh.
We will have a right back eventually, I'm sure.
Harry?
Am I
Oh.
back?
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, you're back.
What? How much of all that did you get?
I heard Lily say that she wrote down some stuff about the latest adventure, and Stanley was all about it, and then I didn't get a response.
Yeah.
It was
So yeah,
sarcastic about the one sentence I said.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
basically
the magnificent ass.
Yeah, it was like the events of the adventure surrounding that, but artistic license to the max.
I see. Okay, perfect. Alrighty.
And she just kind of hands it over, looking furtively at the door to see if anybody's coming back in. It's like, I hope you find that useful.
I'm sure I will. Thank you. You'll earn that royalty yet.
I'm not really with them when they're demanding royalties. I find it far too amusing. And she just kind of like gives a very uncharacteristic giggle. It's like,
It's good. All right.
thank you for the help and the information on the council.
No, thank you.
They're very abrasive, but you have helped us.
I'm glad you think so.
Hi then. And she runs out the door before anybody hopefully noticed that she was delayed.
Using this delay that Lily
Has created for you? Yes.
I quickly talked to Davynn. I'm like, listen, we're gonna go to a
Yes.
play. It's like the perfect time for a date night. If we're planning to do this, I will distract Lily if you need to.
I don't understand how this is gonna work though, because like I
Don't
want to
worry.
see the play too.
I'm talking about after the play.
Oh yes, how are you gonna distract Lily?
I'm gonna offer her something that she can't say no to.
A lock of your hair?
No. Just don't worry about it. I got it planned.
Okay. Thanks.
So you guys are now back into the claustrophobic hallways of the Seeker Hut. You can probably find your way back if you just. I mean, it's incredibly far from the main entrance, so you can trace your steps on the way back. You do get a few curious looks as you go by. People that now listening to you leave. You see a few faces peer out from the doors. Rose is nowhere to be seen until you actually get back to the main hall. You can see the ladder at the end, and she comes skittering around an opposite corner, sort of meeting you at the junction. And is slightly out of breath, but manages to say, "I didn't realize you were leaving. I'm sorry, I should have come get you."
What for?
Make sure you didn't get lost or, get into the wrong room and get stabbed.
No, I can definitely see why that would happen. I was about to ask, and I changed my mind.
Okay. That's good.
Thank you for the guidance.
Yes. Yes, of course. I hope your visit with Stanley was, neutral.
Productive, yes.
I think it was a fantastic meeting. Thank you.
Does she know? Like, can I make an insight check?
Yes.
To see if she knows exactly what.
You absolutely can. You're more than welcome. Oh my goodness. Again, she may not do the point A to point B connection, but she clearly is aware of what Stanley does and also aware of who Stanley is. And her opinions of him don't seem to be particularly high. She's not pulling a face, but the change in her voice when she mentions her name is slightly perceptible.
Okay.
So she does not seem to approve of Stanley for whatever reason.
He's just
Yeah.
too charismatic.
Clearly. Clearly.
Every time she tries to be mad at him, he talks her out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just, that seems to be the overall perception that you get from these people. It's like they don't know why Stanley works here. They only accept that he does. Like, it's one of those where they can't exactly. They can't possibly explain why he is still here, but they seem to have all just kind of accepted it as their reality.
Like, and anytime they go to ask him, he probably talks them out of asking him.
Yeah, it's
Any of the papers that we saw, was there anything about like official reports about like his actual job?
No, none of it had official seals on it. None of it had any. He's got his notebook, which he himself writes in, but nothing in his room would give you any indication that he's working on anything official. If he did not tell you he worked for the Argent Order, you would have no idea.
I'm also
it's just
fairly sure that he's an incorrigible womanizer.
He's something. Stanley is Stanley. So yeah, that seems to be the overall impression of Stanley. They don't really know what he does. They only know that he's here. And they kind of just deal with that. So, yeah. But Rose will escort you almost perfunctorily to the ladder, even though you guys already kind of know where it is. You can see it from where you are. So as you get close, she does take a sort of a hesitant step as you get there. And very quietly does say, it is nice to meet you in person. The city talks about you a lot. Everyone talks about you a lot. I mean, not just city, but like, you know what I mean.
Are they on average in favor of us, or?
Yes. And she puts up a hand very quickly, very much so. And I'm not just talking about the official reports, just in general. Yes, very much so. You're very well respected here now.
Okay.
I'd still rather not have all the attention.
That will be difficult. I understand, but you are quite famous now. Here, anyway. I don't know about other places. Well, it's not my area, but here, you're very well thought of, and it will be difficult to escape that, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you for your kindness, Rose.
You're welcome. It's not every day the saviors of the city come down here. It's not every day anybody comes down here.
Lana grimaces a little bit at the term savior again.
In Lily?
Oh, sorry, Lily. I meant Lily.
Don't be Lana. You're not Lana.
Lana.
Don't be Lana.
I'm not allowed to speak for Lana.
Lana speaks for herself, damn it.
We're we're twins, so sometimes I get the two of us confused.
I understand.
Lily grimaces a little bit at the term savior.
People use it a lot. So you guys are able to, go one at a time, back up the way you came. So now you're in the hold. There are a few guards milling around, but it seems to be fairly quiet, even here in the hold. You're able to make your way back out if you would like.
Make our way back out.
Okay. Back to the main gates. Our guards are now there again, same as there were before, plus the two up above, who call down for them to open for you. The Rildis guard is still outside. Appears to be chatting, just generally shooting shit. Yep, with the guards out there, waiting for your return. Immediately snaps into professional mode at the sight of you coming out the door.
Should we try to ditch these guys?
I think that would go very poorly for us.
Yeah. They did say that the council probably wouldn't be ready to talk to us.
But
So we could just give them a place to come and find us while we mill around the city.
I'm actually concerned about something.
Sure.
You know how Stanley said that individuals from Orm have been seen around the city, escorted by guards from the Church of Rildis?
Uh-huh.
What if they're trying to give off the impression with this escort that we are in cahoots? Like, public perception, like if they see Orm soldiers being guarded by the Church of Rildis and they see us being guarded by the Church of Rildis, especially with what Rose about us being seen very favorably, it could almost be like we're making a statement that we stand behind the Church of Rildis and we're the saviors, so...
You know how we could dispel that perception? Davynn, take off your shirt.
But, okay.
That doesn't
I'll
really...
take off my shirt. Wait, should I put it back on
Which will
while you
cause
start saying something?
That will cause a stir amongst
I'm
the...
just saying, Davynn's obviously magical. He's already drawn attention to the fact that he's magical. I mean, Orm is anti-magic, so that kind of just shoots that narrative in the foot right away if they see that Davynn is openly magical. We can't be in league with Orm.
Question. How well known is it to the common person that Orm is like violently anti-magical?
Incredibly. Orm is incredibly militaristic. Orm is known to have conquered essentially its entire continent. Yeah, there are very small. The only pocket that is not controlled by Orm is the magic city of Abris, which it doesn't mess with. Because one, Abris is in the center of a mountain range and it's very difficult to get to, and two, because there's a lot of wizards that live there. And it's protected by a Nenmetal.
Yeah, like one of the
Still
most,
lives there.
like,
Yeah.
the mage Nenmetal.
Yeah, the most powerful sorcerer is known to men. Starcaller, yes, very good. Starcaller lives in Abris, so Orm generally doesn't mess with them. But Orm is incredibly militaristic, and one section of its military is called the Pyre Knights. They are called the Pyre Knights because they like to find mages and set them on fire.
Oh, good.
As in crow cages in the public square. So yes, when people talk about Orm, that is definitely one of the things that are known. It's one of the things that they're actually associated with. Besides going around and kicking ass, it is public mage burnings. They're very proud of it. They're very dedicated to it. And it is something that they have been able to enforce on effectively a continent-wide level.
So,
It shouldn't be
We
that
also-
hard to show we're not in league with them.
We're also making assumptions that the Church of Rildis is in league with them. They just might not like Nysali since she's a Nemnital.
Yes, but here's the thing: is we have to be prepared for if these assumptions are true. If we treat them like assumptions and say, well, it may not be, so let's withhold judgment, then we might just be playing into their hands.
Right, but at this stage, your theory is just that, a theory based on, you know, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but we have no proof that it is right either.
I think we should just be very, very prepared for worst case scenario.
Yeah. I mean, you know me.
Always
I
prepared.
don't think you need to tell Kern to be paranoid.
Yeah.
Especially when I was just proven right.
Yeah, we've got like.
Also,
Sergeant Order
we
people's
need to
money.
get like some of those bags that Badger had and like make clothes out of them.
What do you mean by that?
They know everything that we're doing. They're constantly being magically scryed on. I don't like that.
Gotcha.
He didn't say that they were. He just implied that they were. I mean,
I give Lily just blank face, like.
You know how Stanley is, right? You had a conversation with him. He's very good at picking and choosing his words to lead you to the assumption that he wants you to make.
No, he was in the zone of truth, and he did say that there are people with diviners with water.
He said that they existed. He did not say that they were watching us.
I don't know how else he could know about our comings and goings.
Well,
Still, it's not a bad idea, because we are getting more popular, and there are people with abilities that can do that. So I'd say that needs to be one of our priorities.
Is it really that bad if the Argent Order's watching us, though? Because they're on our side.
We technically work for.
Davynn. My poor sweet summer child.
Alright, you're using your concerned parent voice with me, and I don't like it.
The only... It's just, I like strangers knowing where I am and what I'm doing, even if they claim to have my best intentions in their heart.
Kern is a shy.
I look over and I'm like, did you know that's not the case?
I think that Kern's fears are valid. I don't necessarily know how probable they are. I mean, yes, they are getting information from us one way or another, but they're getting information on everybody and everything one way or another.
Yeah.
For all we know, they could just have somebody tailing us from a distance.
True.
They are an intelligence organization.
Which is why we also need to take steps in order to prevent that as well. That was part 2 of my rant.
Well, our first step.
Would you like to see the next 364 steps?
I was gonna say, I'm sure there's a whole book of them. So as you guys are having this conversation, you are standing in the midst of a bunch of people. And there's 6 guards, plus your real discard, who are watching you patiently. But eventually the real discard just sort of like clear his throat and like shuffle on his feet in the most professional manner that he can seem to muster.
Perhaps
and he steps forward. Yeah. After Davynn puts his shirt back on, he clears his throat and doesn't quite meet anybody's eye, but does step forward to approach the group and says, Did you have lodgings I could take you to? It would be better if you weren't out on the streets.
We do, in fact.
Supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
You're quite famous, and while you are obviously held in very high regard, people still know you by sight, and there's a chance of robbery, there's a chance of assault, there's it might be better to put you in a safe place.
But what if I like that?
I think they don't want us causing trouble in
we-
the streets, Kern.
Sure,
Even if
no
we
one
can
be
defend ourselves,
hurt.
it's still causing a commotion.
But what if I like that?
He sort of like he half blushes and he's like, "Come on, man, throw me a bone." It would still be best if you were in one place. If you don't have homes in the city, we can arrange for lodgings. I'm sure that any reputable house would be happy to have you.
We usually stay at the Golden Swallow.
I can take you there.
Guys.
What?
I know this is your job, and you were just told to follow us around. But it wouldn't be that bad if you just accidentally lost us. It wouldn't be that bad.
He shakes his head solemnly. It would be very bad.
You're
Can't
going.
let you go unescorted. Master Kern, I'm sorry. Can't.
Well, you're in for some disappointment, and I'm sorry. Oh well.
We can totally lose these guys.
Still suggest you follow me to your lodgings? Says very hesitantly.
We're not gonna do anything bad. It's just I don't like this is putting us on edge. And once you escort us back to your lodgings, you should tell your superiors that this is only frustrating us and making us less likely to support whatever cause they want, whatever outcome they want.
I'm going to the Grenin Temple and I'm going to try to get this sorted out.
I will come with you.
Cool, I'm going to the Golden Swan then.
Yeah, we could all just go in different
Yeah, I'm going with him.
I will. He's incredibly conflicted right now because the Argent Order's not doing shit. Like they're just standing there at their post. They're not obligated to go anywhere. They're choosing not to. So it's just this one baby Rilda's guard. I will.
Listen, if this continues, it's gonna make your life just a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
My life is already complicated.
All right, listen. Hey, what's your name?
Cole. My name is Cole.
Cole, listen, you're doing a great job. We're difficult people, but that's why we're the heroes, okay?
But you're not like this in the stories.
Hey, you know what? Why don't you come back to the Golden Swan with me? And when you get to your superiors, we will tell them that you kept your eye on us and kept us all completely wrangled. Sound good?
No.
Okay, why not?
Okay, so Master Xylund, you want to go to the temple?
Yeah, I'm going to the Odinova Conclave.
Okay, you go to the temple, and you're going to and he looks at you, Davynn. You're going to lodging.
Yeah.
You should go with Davynn. He's the most magical. He's definitely the shiftiest of us.
Also,
for your protection.
Also, if you want to get free tickets to a play that is usually sold out, we could probably hook you up if you come with us to the lodging.
Just on a scale of 1 to 20, how much of your potential do you feel like you have?
Okay, I will escort anyone who is not going to the temple. Should probably come to lodging, and I can escort that group.
They're all free to go wherever they want.
Yeah, we're free citizens. Like we can do what we want, man. Like that's the crux of this thing. Like,
can I escort one of you?
Yeah, go with Davynn. Davynn wants you to escort him.
Thing. Hey, Lana, want to come with me so that you can escort 2 people?
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. All right, so he, with a very plaintive look and what might be tears in his eyes, leads away the ones who are going to the Golden Swallow, leaving. Lily, which are you doing? Are you staying with the crew? Or are you going to lodge it?
I'm just gonna send a knowing look to Lana and stand with Kern and Xylund.
Okay. Okay, so you two go to the inn. The rest of you remain.
So do you guys
Yeah, I
want to go
actually
to?
have no idea what we were. I have no plan for what I'm doing. I just wanted to get them off me.
Well, how are our supplies? Are our supplies good? Do we need to go?
Well,
I mean, I have a grand total of 4 gold, but I figure, Kern, you and I could probably go and pick up anything we need while Xylund does his thing at the Temple of Grinnin.
I'd actually I'd kind of like to know what's going on at the Temple of Grinnin as well.
I can fill you in.
Okay, yeah, true.
Well, regardless, I'm going with one of you because I'm not going anywhere by myself.
Yeah,
with
I'll go where you. But if you want to like pick up stuff for alchemy and thing, yeah, let's go throw rocks.
Yeah, I would like to pick. Actually, I think I already picked up a new alchemy kit.
You had the makings of one, yeah. You could put one together.
Yeah, How much do they cost? They're like 20 gold, aren't they?
I think so. Because poisoners kits are. Let's see. Hey, Cole, think of it. Don't throw rocks at Cole. He's had a hard day. You people don't help him.
That might be why I
acknowledge that we know it's not his fault.
I think it might be
kit
why
is-
I only have 4 gold is because I bought an alchemy kit.
Alchemy kits are 50.
Yeah.
Oh, if you guys want something to do, you could go to the Derelite Temple and see if you can track down Gale, because he has connections in Orem.
Yeah.
And so he could be useful if we could
should
hook
go
up with
try
him.
to track down Gale.
True. And wasn't Priestess Bowen able to take back over for the Church of Ninimith? Like, why is Ninimith...
I don't get that either. I don't know why Ninimith is against Nisali. That doesn't make much sense.
We know Bowen isn't. Or Bowen.
Well, Bowen wasn't exactly in her right mind when.
Yeah, that's the problem. She could have been turned or something. Maybe Darelai is pulling her strings.
I mean, Darelai is definitely pulling the strings of Ninimith, but was she able to recover her post? She was, wasn't she?
You actually spent time with her. The issue is, at least in Greylock, is that the physical temple of Ninimith is physically occupied by the Church of Darelai. So the actual temple of Ninimith is outside of Greylock in Northshire.
Yeah.
So yes, you spent time with Boehm in Northshire, and you got to study there for a little bit. But when it comes to representing Ninimith inside of Greylock, it usually falls to the Church of Darelai, unless Bowen herself makes an appearance. So either she's been kept out of the loop, or somehow, some way, it's possible she has flipped, but she's not physically in the city. She's outside the city.
Okay.
Well, how about we go find a place where I can scry on Gale?
Okay.
That sounds good. Do you think we should also see if we can send a message to Owen? If she doesn't know what's going on, she could come in and fix things.
I agree. I think that we should make waves on that front.
Those are both good ideas.
Yeah. Then you can fill us in on what your church is doing.
Yeah, if they tell me.
The love of your life.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, I mean, okay.
I mean, we have a connection. I'm not going to deny that there's a significant connection.
I think we all know where Xylund's love of his life is,
Yeah.
Who it
and
actually...
I point to the big ass castle.
Lily's just gonna wink at Xylund and roll her eyes. If Xylund doesn't pick up what she's putting down, then she doesn't care. She's having way too much fun with it.
All right, so you're going to Grunin. Kern and Lily, you are going where?
Temple of Darelai to see if we can find Gale.
Temple of
But
Darelai.
do we want to do the spells first?
If so, let's do that at the Church of Inoline, because
Yeah.
we know that they're not going to censor you at all.
Yeah.
And when we're in the Church of Inoline, if we can get privacy for this scry, I'm going to. Do I have sending? I thought I picked it up. I don't have sending. Damn. And I also don't have my familiar. Do you still have that sending stone, Ken?
Yeah, it contacts me though.
It only contacts Xylund.
Okay. You have the spell sending then.
Yes. I do.
Okay. Could you send a message to Bowen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Because my familiar's still out of commission for the time being, so I can't exactly send her anything myself.
Do you want to, while we're at the temple, take care of that? I've got the party gold on me.
Well, I have all the materials. It's
Oh.
just if we need to, we would just need to have some privacy.
Oh yeah, I can request a private room. How long do you think we're going to take? An hour or so?
It shouldn't take us that long. I only need 10 minutes.
Okay. It'll be a quickie then.
Phrasing.
I know. I was trying to just.
I was with you with renting rooms by the hour, which I think is going to be the title of the episode.
Yeah, but Lily is entirely oblivious.
Yes, I'm sure. It still cracks me up though.
She is so oblivious that she's practically an ace.
All right, so you guys are heading to the Temple of Inoline. Xylund, you're heading to the Temple of Grenin. Cole is leading, quote unquote, Davynn and Lana to Golden Swallow, where you are indeed greeted warmly when you arrive by the proprietor, who bows deeply as you enter. Very pleased to see you. And over his shoulder towards the back of the establishment, which was fairly large to begin with, several of the tables have been removed, so that at the very back there is now a slightly raised stage and a curtain that has been suspended from the rafters in the ceiling. And there is a small crew, maybe 5 or so folks. 2 of them are wearing very distinctive robes that are shades of pink and sort of pearly white and silver. The gold and silver jewelry marks them as clerics of Sindelay. And then there are other more roughly dressed folks that are doing a lot of the actual construction. There's a lot of bobbing and weaving behind the curtain as they are setting up for whatever is going to happen later this evening. But Sindelay? Yes, that is how that's pronounced.
I said this Sindel.
Sindelay. As a quick refresher, so you don't have to check the wiki or anything, Sindelay is the 3rd daughter of Kalishan. She is the goddess of spring, youth, beauty, music, and the arts. As prostitutes in some of her temple, effectively.
Sweet. Renting the rooms by the hour.
Yep, renting room by the hour fits the theme. Oh, Sindel? No, it's Sindelay. Yeah, you see 2 of their clerics and then a handful of more worker types that are working on stuff back there. No real hint as to what's going on behind the curtain, but there's plenty of noise and cursing. But the proprietor, the innkeep, greets you warmly, doesn't really go to shake your hand or anything. It's more of a very deep bow, and is somewhat excited when he says, Can I get you folks a room for the evening?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize you were in town.
Yeah, well, we didn't realize we'd be in town till a couple hours ago, actually. So, yeah, that would be great. We actually have our whole full group here, if you can accommodate everybody.
His whole face just lights up, and he essentially begins to clap his hands in joy. It's like, that would be splendid. I will arrange the rooms, baths, he says in a half questioning manner, sort of pointing at you.
Yes.
Food,
Yeah.
whatever else you require. Give me just about one moment, and I will set that up. If you kindly wait here, please ignore the mess and the noise. And he, backs away suddenly and goes like half sprint to
before you go,
the back. He skids to a stop.
This is Cole. He's been escorting us around the city and being our guard for our safety. So could you put him up as well? Hook him up?
Yes, of course. Whatever you wish. Whatever you wish. Doesn't even turn around. He just says that. Then continues with his with his very quick pace to the back, and you can hear him start to bark orders to various unseen individuals before the door closes, and you're able to be by yourself for a moment. Now, Cole, for his part, seems to have gotten over his sadness. He's pulled himself together on the walk. He seems a little more composed. You didn't have to do that, Master Davynn.
I mean, it's the least we could do after we crushed your hopes and dreams of keeping track of all of us.
What was the backup plan? Stand in the hallway.
Yes, can you stand outside this door for 15 minutes or so while Davynn and I go in here?
He kind of shuffles on his feet again. I do need to report back, but I'll wait till you're in your rooms. Says with a very matter-of-fact manner.
You should come back here for the play.
I will try, but when they hear that, I don't know. Might send somebody else, but I'll see. It's not my decision.
Hey, Cole. If they ask for that, tell them that we specifically requested you.
Okay.
Sound good?
Okay. I will try. He kind of snuffles a little bit.
Oh, actually, in fact, I'm gonna just write this down here as a letter. How well you did. So I'm gonna keep this
Very
thing
professional.
perfectly. Very friendly, very
Very
professional, and we would love to continue having you as our guard. Sound good?
10 out of 10.
Signed,
Okay,
Davynn
thank
from
you.
Whitfeld.
What was that middle name?
From.
Oh. I thought it was something else.
No, Davynn from Whitfeld.
Davynn from Whitfeld, House of Marin. There you go.
There you go. All professional. So he takes your letter, kind of snuffles a little. By the time the proprietors come back out and ushers you upstairs, you please follow me. He takes you up the front stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Past the lowly rooms, which again are very nice. This place is extremely nice, extremely expensive. To the absolute back room, which is a set of 2 suites that are set apart. The rest of the rooms, they have their own, as he's showing you around. He sets you inside. The suites themselves are connected, but the door has a lock.
All right. I mean, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, the play, is that happening tonight? Oh, wait, here he's gone.
I'm sorry.
Go.
Okay. Yes. Connecting door has a lock. The rooms themselves are quite beautiful and well appointed. They're only a step or 2 down from your lodgings in Keracht. Each room has its own private bathroom with a single bathtub in it, as opposed to the group baths that you guys did when you stayed here the last time. There's been some food that's been laid out pretty frantically. Like, it doesn't look particularly disheveled, but you can kind of tell where the tray was set down in a hurry. It's fruit and tea, a little bit of wine. some biscuits or other scones or things, little pastries to eat, and you can even hear the soft snap of a door shut as it is set back into its place, as a servant's door that are often set into walls, so servants can enter without coming through the front door. You can actually hear that close as you guys enter. Somebody scurrying out the back. So yes, the proprietor kind of gives you a general grand tour of it, just to ensure that it is up to snuff for you. But yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
She dead.
I think she lost us instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it would seem so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, her internet just might not be completely stable right now.
Okay,
Hi,
one
can you
more
hear us?
time. Jesus.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Sweet.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting irritated. Anyway, irritated. Yes, that's worse than just regular irritated. It is irritated.
Ooh.
Okay, so yes, just laying out the room for you, with your private baths and everything. But yeah, definitely doing it up just to make sure that it is to your liking. The proprietor, kind of gives you sort of a half glance, like, yeah, okay.
Yep. This is fine by me. I like the fancy treatment.
So we only have the 2 rooms, but if you need more, we can certainly accommodate you somehow.
Should be plenty.
Yeah, should
Okay,
be
good.
fine.
Good. We will leave you to rest then. And he kind of he leaves the room and he kind of scuttles Cole out with him, and then shuts the door, leaving you guys alone. Lana, I know you mentioned that you wanted painting time.
Oh, right.
Do you want to do that before we wrap for the afternoon and before my internet takes another massive shit?
Sure, why not?
If that's what you want to do, you certainly don't have to.
No, that's good.
Okay.
I told people to remind me because I knew I was going to forget, and boy, did I forget.
Yeah, I wanted to remind you before we wrap the session.
Yeah, might as well. Let's see if he's still freezing.
And this gives Eerie enough time to think of a meta play for us.
Oh, I have a play.
Ooh.
I have it. I made it. I made it already. It's ready to go.
I'm so excited.
So next session we will have it. It's ready to go. I'm so happy with it.
I'm
so happy with it.
Yes.
It's gonna be.
If you're gonna be going to Greylock this session, would you?
No, I told you. I told Sin yesterday that I've probably prepared like 4 sessions ahead of where you guys are, given how much you all like to sort of wander around and do your own thing. But I do have a play prepared for when you came back to Greylock. Yeah, I'm so happy with it. It makes me so happy. But anyway, all right. So
no idea.
while Davynn looks on as protection, you can use your painting as you wish to enter the twilight world of Tarkle. So you are able to enter. It looks a little better than the last time you were here. It doesn't quite have that edge to the air that it did before.
That's good. I'm glad to see that. There we go.
There we go. Okay, so you play your tune perfectly. A few embellishments and it rings out in the still air. And Tarkle emerges looking slightly worse than the last time you saw him, actually. He still moves very stiff-legged. He's not using a cane, but he looks like he could use one. His color is not great. Is not as good as the last time you saw him, and even then he was a little gray. He still approaches you, smiling weakly as he does. Kind of spreading his arms a little bit, not too far because it knocks him off balance, and you can see him even wobble a little as he moves. But he does manage to get out a Mira. Another visit, and so I'm surprised but happy to see you.
Okay.
Shall we go and sit for you, or do you not have time?
No, I have time. I think Lana will step forward and sort of help him walk. I think he needs it.
Okay. Touching him, he is every time he's touched you, he's always been warm to the touch, but now he kind of feels cold to you.
Concerning.
As you guide him back. But he allows you to guide him, and you do feel he is putting at least some weight on you as you go, seeming happy for the support. Going back to the usual gathering spot where his pictures are, they don't seem to have changed much. He doesn't seem to have worked on much since the last time you were here. And even the tea set itself looks a little dingy. He manages to pour some from the never-ending teapot. You never actually see him create anything in. As he bids you sit, and he too sits. Because I apologize for my brusqueness at your entry, but a little winded today.
Well, that's gonna wait.
How can I?
Well, the reason for my visit is concern for your health. Frankly.
Oh, raise a hand. It is very little. Nothing to worry about. How is your sister?
Well, as good as she's ever been. I cannot thank you enough for that.
You're welcome. I will admit that it was a bit taxing. I was happy to do it. Happy to help you in any way, of course. But I'm not quite used to your world as much. There's reasons I don't stray too far from my happy little abode here. But I was happy indeed to help. You seem to take it okay. You handled the power very well. I was impressed.
It occurs to Lana in this moment that there was the possibility that wouldn't have gone so well.
Always a possibility, but I have faith in you, Mira. Like no other, I have faith in you. Where are your friends, your Rautan?
From what I understand, barging into a temple to yell at priests.
Ah, that is a commendable occupation.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of laughs to himself in a hollow kind of way.
But
Never had much use for them. Good.
No.
Everyone is well. No?
Save you,
No.
anyway.
Well, I am just an old wanderer myself. Learned a few tricks along the way. A lot of time perfecting them and shaping them. But I did want to speak with you on that, Mira.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that you are going further and further from home. That wretched old place you were at, and all that you had to deal with there, and the affliction of your sister, and like there are much larger problems at work than when I first met you.
I'm not entirely sure I follow.
In my practice, we would take an apprentice. One like me. Teach things to. I obviously don't need to teach you music. You have that well in hand. Art, I'm not so sure. He kind of laughs to himself. Never seen you painting. Maybe I could help you there. But I can teach you some of the tricks I've learned over the years. Like the one that powers your bracelet, and he waves a hand at your metal bracelet. It keeps you safe. I hope that has not changed.
Yeah, very much so.
I could help with that. I could show you how to use it in different ways, in better ways, to make you stronger. New secrets.
I mean, I would very, very much want that. Assuming it's not going to continue to drain you. I have gotten rather fond of you.
No. Never. I have no intention of leaving either world while you still walk it, Mira.
Then, yes, anything you can teach me. Anything at all.
Easy enough. And he reaches out and he clasps a hand over you, but it's more over your bracelet than your skin. And with a fairly deft flick of his wrist, he does slip it off. And he holds it in his for a bit, and he closes his eyes, and he definitely does go 2 shades paler than he was. He's almost to the point he's become eggshell white. But when he opens his eyes, they are a much brighter blue than you've ever seen them. And he hands it back. Says, if you put this on, you will have a snippet of what I have learned throughout the many years. See if you like it, if you enjoy it, if it's a power that you feel comfortable with. And if it is, I'll teach you more. And if it's not, then that is fine as well.
I think Lana nods, holds it in her hand, considering for maybe a moment. And then puts it on
heartbeat.
Pros, cons analyzed. We're putting this on.
So he smiles a little. That pleases me more than you will possibly know, Mira.
I think it might be mutual. I really, really do. She'll sort of look at her wrist, flex her hand a little.
She seems fine. Like, you don't feel any real different physically. Seems perfectly. I mean, it just feels like it did before. It's just pretty bracelet. So he begins to initiate small talk as best he can. You can tell that he's a little worn out. He stops to catch his breath every now and again, but asks you about your adventures and chats with you about the things that are going on and nods in all the appropriate places.
She fills him in dutifully.
And after a while, he sighs and looks up. As much as I hate to bid you farewell, Mira, I'm afraid I am fading a little faster than normal today. Could we cut this visit short?
Yes.
And perhaps pick it up another time.
I'll stop by soon enough, I assure you.
I'm glad. I'm very eager to hear about how you do with your newfound secrets. Laughs to himself and stands up. Escorts you back to your usual location. Gives you a very fond but also very weak farewell. I know you have to mute. Is there anything else you'd like to say before you split?
No. I think she'll just thank him once again.
Okay. So Lana leaves her painting and comes back. And for Davynn, for you, it's been like 2 minutes. You haven't really experienced any time at all. She's been gone.
Pretty quick one this time, right?
Was it?
Was it not?
I mean, not for me.
Oh,
Was it? I mean, shorter than usual, I guess, but not that.
time is weird
Mm-hmm.
and stuff.
Yeah. I'm glad I wasn't gone too long. I'd hate to miss the show.
Yeah, we still have plenty of time to catch it. So yeah.
Wonderful.
All right.
Do I look different, Davynn?
Does she?
Oh, she looks exactly the same.
No. Good. I thought
Yeah,
so.
not as far as I can tell.
Right. Okay.
So
Let's go.
we will. It is getting late. I don't want to keep anybody. So we will sum up here, and then we can pick up in the inn tomorrow, as well as catch up with Xylund, with Kern and Lily. Next time, I don't foresee any issues with the next session, so we should be good. Lana, as you may have surmised, that was your permission to take your 12th level.
Oh, yeah.
So feel free to do that before the next session. I got you next. I saw that. So I will take a look at that, and we will pick up and keep rocking next time. Hopefully Hildreth will be back with us, and I will touch base with Twinkie.
And be like, yeah, they just left you.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will touch base with Twinkie, and I will get him on the same page, and hopefully in the same location, and ideally at the same level as well.
This is going to freak Kern out if he just shows up like the next day.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Oh yeah, that's
And the existential crisis that's going to be going on here.
Everyone's
Yeah.
getting levels.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to it, but I'll touch base with Twinkie, and
It'd be
See
really
what's going
fun.
on.
wouldn't it?
but it was good to see you guys. Good to play again.
Agreed.
This
Totally
next
agree.
session's gonna be a blast. You
Oh,
guys are
good.
gonna, I think you're gonna dig this play. I'm excited about it.
I'm so
Oh, I know
excited
we're gonna
for
dig
the
this
Like I said, I hope it's that Avatar: The Last Airbender where like it's actually played by like real people or like
Yep.
the representations. Oh god.
Like Davynn
Gonna
is
be
played
great.
by a woman, basically.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna be great. You guys are gonna dig it. You've never really interacted with the Church of Cindele before, so it should be fun.
Oh,
It'll be a lot of
They are
fun.
very clearly not twins.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. You guys are you're gonna love it, and
Oh,
of
man,
course,
it's gonna be
Stanley's
Grey Face?
interpretation.
Oh,
Great
no.
face.
Oh no, we're not gonna do Grey Face. We're not gonna do Grey Face.
No.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. You guys are gonna dig it. I'm so jazzed. Stanley is easily my favorite character to write for, and
I can't wait.
he's
Lily also picked up one of Stanley's books that she saw while they were on the way to
Yes, I saw that. I saw one of Stanley's manuscripts.
I don't know which one she picked up, but we'll
don't-
find out.
I don't know how you do it, Ari, but like every time you just let us walk ourselves into a circle so that we end up not feeling what you want.
Stanley is my favorite character. I love Stanley. I really do. Like there are some
I'm on-
characters that are just easy to play, and Stanley is one of them.
Like he is
So-
very good at having us make our own assumptions and lead ourselves to basically doing what he wants anyway.
I mean, if there's any argument for why he works for Cat, that would be the argument on why he works for Cat.
Cat is the only one that can like see through his
Exactly. She's the only one who prizes that ability in him, but that's why she keeps him around.
I mean, Lily acknowledges that ability, and she's
Yeah.
actually feeding him.
It's awesome. Like
Like,
Stanley is.
Yeah, but I feel like Cat isn't enamored with it. She's like,
No,
it's a
it's a
tool.
useful tool. Yeah, Stanley is useful. It doesn't mean she has to like the guy, because she clearly does not like the guy in the few interactions you've seen with them together. Yeah, she's just impossible to fire. Here she is, trained psychic, trained assassin, and even she can't fire his ass.
What do
It's
you
awesome.
do here?
I think Lily might be the only one who actually doesn't have a problem with Stanley, and I think it's primarily because he keeps writing these
He's awesome.
Egregious
He's
fictions
just,
about them.
yes, his fan fiction is just off the charts. But anyway, it was definitely good to play again. I'm glad you guys could make it. I'm sorry we had such a break in there, but
No,
life
Not a
and
big deal.
stuff and all that. Yes. So, but I was glad you guys stuck around. So I will see you next session, and we will have our wondrous play adventures.
Hell yes.
All right. All right. Hopefully my net will be better then. We shall see.
Well, you have a new computer anyway. Probably. Or not.
Lily, hang on a second. No, I'm confusing you now. I was leaning towards Archfey.
Thanks.
That's up to you. Like if you think there's something that fits better thematically, I'm open to hearing it. But that I was not carved in stone on that. That was just that seemed to make most sense. But if you've got another case, then
I'll do a skip. That's
willing
also
to
where
hear
I was
it.
leaning.
Okay, yeah, just let me know.
Oh,
For
one
her
in
patron, she's a warlock now. For her patron,
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't take that
everyone.
12 far.
I didn't know.
Whatever.
I didn't take it 12 far.
I mean, I was assuming that was where this was going.
Yeah, which is fine.
Okay.
So yeah, wherever you end up is fine with me. I haven't been paying attention to like Unearthed Arcana or anything. So if you find something different
One
that you
gives
think will work, let me
sword
know.
and all the others, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I've never heard about any of them aside from the one that gives you a cool sword.
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never played a warlock in 5e, so I'm not real sure myself. That was just the one that I thought fit best, but I am open to be swayed on that.
Not gonna lie, I was wondering if this was where it was going when she had the silver fingerprints, because that's a very Archfey Warlock Pact kind of thing.
Shimmer.